In a world where craftsmanship meets history, where artistry collides with both nature and engineering, there lies a stage where legends come to life. Canvas of car enthusiasts with a shared passion for automotive perfection on the most scenic stage. Here, every curve and chrome tells a story of timeless beauty. Welcome to the most prestigious car event in
the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, set against the dramatic coastline of the Monterey Peninsula, is more than just an event. It is a celebration of automotive excellence and history. It is, as you're about to see, as well, a beauty pageant for the automobile. As dawn broke on the 73rd Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, as is tradition, the show cars made their way onto the 18th fairway. But they weren't the only ones up early. So were the eager fans embracing Dawn Patrol. The sight and sounds of the history of the automobile is all the caffeine needed to start this very special day. The stars of today are not found in the sky, but on the 18th fairway at Pebble Beach. This year, over 200 magnificent cars grace this iconic event. We celebrate milestones in automotive history, including Packard's remarkable 125 years, Rolls-Royce's legacy as the epitome of bespoke luxury and the enduring elegance of Mercedes-Benz, marvel at the high-performance allure of Ferrari and Maserati, and then bringing things forward a few decades, experience the thrill of sports cars from BPR and FIA GT in the 90s, and then on to the innovative wedge concept designs from the late 60s and early 70s. Well, welcome to the 73rd Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, our fourth time here. I'm Justin Bell, and I'm joined by Tommy Kendall here on the talk show set. Tommy, we're back, and I couldn't wish anywhere better to be in the world.
They keep leaving the door open, and we keep sneaking back in. And, I mean, when you come here, you forget, you think it couldn't get any better, and then the colors are more vivid. I don't know who ordered up the weather, but there is truly nothing like this, and we have the best seat in the house. We're going to take you guys along with us. We've got some great stuff lined up, feature-wise, guests, etc. Little different format this year.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking, why are they on so early? Well, you're right. We're on an hour early, actually. We thought, let's bring all of our knowledge. Remember, the whole Talk Media production crew are race-going production guys. We know how to put on a race broadcast. So we thought, let's bring some of that to the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance and do a pre-show where we can get our guests on, sit next to us, talk about things, really dig into some of the subjects, and then, as I say, put the skis on downhill for the start of the class winners. Tommy, just so much.
Well, when I watched it back last year, sometimes we were competing with the cars on stage, and if you make it to Pebble Beach, you deserve attention, but if you get to the ramp, you definitely deserve your moment in the sun. So we are going to lay out and let you guys ride with every single first, second, third place car, and then we're going to have a little bit of a halftime show for you as well, and try to set up the run into the special awards, Elegance Awards, and of course, Best in Show.
Well, you've got to remember, this is the premier concours in the world. This is the benchmark. This is the one, the gold standard that every other event, they try to emulate, but they certainly cannot copy the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. And there's a reason for that. I mean, there are so many reasons. It's not just the cars, the quality of the cars. Remember, just getting here is a win in itself. A bit like going to the Le Mans 24 Hours. If you finish, if you podium, if you win your class, well, then you're a big-time winner. But if you win the event overall, Best of Show, it's something very special. I mean, we have so many classes here, Tommy, to talk about. I mean, let's dive into it a little bit. We've got the antique cars, we've got the Packards. Can't wait to see those, obviously on their 125th anniversary. Rolls-Royce?
Well, if you zoom out a little bit, just the field of cars in general, it's over 200 cars. 51 of them are from outside this country. And some of the ways, you can't go through the Suez Canal anymore because of some of the activity in that area. So some of the cars, there are 3 cars from India, 2 from Japan, 17 different countries, I believe, represented. The cars left India in April to get here. And so it really is, just to get one of those, and 210 of them out on the field, 39 different states. It really is, unlike any other concours, the breadth. And there's no filler here. You go out on that field, and it's a shame that anyone has to lose or not win. But I mean, I look at a car and I say, I could look at this car for an hour, and I'm like, well, I've got 2 minutes with it if I want to see every car on the field.
It's just so spectacular. As you can see from these shots on the right there, those are the BPR cars. I can already see amazing to see some of those Jaguars from the 90s. I mean, crazy. Which brings to mind, this is a competition. That's why it's quite fitting to have race cars out there. Everybody, I mean, when we talked to Jay Leno one time, we made the mistake on one of these shows by saying, all these guys don't care about a trophy. And he went, yes, they do. They love a trophy. And Sandra Button, the chairman, says, remember, this is truly one of the world's biggest competitions.
Well, and it's not just good-natured competition. Usually when the golfers are out here, there's a lot of swear words on the 18th. There will be swear words. We won't have mics on them. There will be some very well-heeled people uttering swear words when they do not hear their name called, do not get the ribbons. To each their own. I mean, they're hard chargers. So much effort goes into getting one of these cars ready. Literally, sometimes decades in the planning to make sure it's here for the right class and so forth. So, but for us, it's all fun.
So when the event kicks off in basically 55 minutes from now at 1:30, remember, it is tradition. The start of the award ceremony is what it's all about, followed by the honorary judge procession. There are over 180 judges between the formal judges and the honorary. We'll get into that. The Parade of Elegance, one of my favorites, definitely a trademark of the Pebble Beach Concours. Class Awards. Now, that is when everybody who's done all that work for the last couple of years getting their cars ready, from selection committee to today, they get to know if they've made their way across the famous ramp. Then, remember, this is all for charity and so much money. I mean, we're going to get into the astounding amount that has been raised, but let's put it like this. The first time that big check will start with a 3. Then we have the charity drawing segment, which is how we raise some of this money. A lot of amazing donations by some of the world's top manufacturers. And then we get into the special awards, followed by the elegance awards. There are so many cars that are worthy of being here that they have to, there's not just best of class, winning your class. There are some other ways to take home a trophy, but it's all ramping up to the best of show trophy presentation. That moment when the value of your car has just skyrocketed. That's not why they do it, but it sure does help. And then your car becomes a poster child around the world. You won, you and your partner, whoever owns the car, you won the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. I can't wait.
All the class winners come across the block. Only one comes across with confetti in their iconic photo of Pebble Beach. So, and we'll have their name at some already have their name on here. We've several multi-time winners in the field, and some going for their very first. So. But now this trophy is too big, so they make a separate one. And one of the little details behind the scene, they've actually streamlined the one they give just because they didn't want this huge trophy falling onto one of the cars. Trust me, it's still
makes
very
sense,
nice.
Doesn't it? Well, one of the things that kicks off the actual Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance weekend is the Tour d'Elegance, and that happens on the Thursday morning. And we'll get into it in a little bit, Tommy, it's very significant because your car really does need to participate on 17-mile drive. Goes back 73 years, which we'll get to in a minute. And Amanda Stratton, who is our Master of Ceremonies for the whole of the Concours this year, she went and took a look at that and saw what happened out there because, well, we've been here a few years now, Tommy. She's a rookie, and we don't want to get up that early. So shall we take a look at that?
This is the start of the Tour d'Elegance, brought to us by Rolex. So I'm going to take a wander down, see who I can find, see who I can chat to.
It's 6 o'clock, and you're the first owner that I've seen with their car.
Oh, yeah. This is the 1953 Maserati A6 GCS, one of 2 in the world.
1956 300 SC Cabriolet. So it's 340 horsepower, about the largest engine Ferrari made in the 1950s.
Oh my goodness. Hi guys. Hi. So this is possibly one of the rarest cars here taking part in the tour. This is the Lancia Zero. This was designed with the mantra, how low can we go? And the car actually only stands 84 centimetres tall. It really is the most spectacular car, and the fact that it is here on the tour is magical, breathtakingly beautiful. The colour, the design, and then alongside it, another of the Packards, the hood, to actually disappear inside the car. I have been eyeing up this car since I got here.
Oh, it has a lot of history. It's all original. Everything you see is original, back from 1937. I did the Tour d'Elegance already twice, so I know all the corners where to overtake, and I'm going to win today.
It's kind of like the day before Christmas when you start seeing all your presents and you're like, oh, I can't wait for the show. This Thursday tour really is the secret of the whole week, where you get to see the cars, get to see them moving, and the judging isn't happening. So the entrance, the owners are kind of relaxed,
yeah,
and it's a really great time to talk to them about their babies and what they love.
When you look at that, it's not really a happy accident that this is one of the most popular places to have the most prestigious car event in the world. I mean, it's stunning, and I'm glad Amanda got out there. But run us through the tour. The significance of it is not just a jolly to go out for a drive, TK.
Well, it's funny. I saw a bunch of cars there that are some of the cars that the buzz is around. We're going to get into some of the favorites later on, but they were on that. Several of them were on that video. But the tour itself has become not just for fun. It's the ultimate chance. The community is a service to the community in a way. Not everybody gets a ticket to get inside Pebble Beach, but everyone can see all the cars on the road in their element. So that's why the tour is pushed. But it has become a prerequisite to win here. You have to complete the tour. And we talk about the stress of making sure your car runs. This year, 15 cars dead on the side of the road. 15. And so that's not ideal, but they also have to get them fixed and then do some sort of a roadworthy. I think it was 27 miles to verify that they're roadworthy. They kind of gave them a do-over to tick the box before they head into the actual judging. But it's the first time everyone also sees the cars. So that's when the buzz starts in terms of what people like. And there's like 3 sets of emotion. And just from then and then yesterday, the interest changes. A car that people were talking about more on Thursday, less on Saturday. So that's the fun part of this. It's an organism that is evolving as we go. The actual judging all takes place here today in the morning, but people's opinions are being formed starting on Thursday.
And it must be absolutely terrifying taking your car that is in perfect, pristine, best of show winning, in your opinion, condition. But, you know, and then you take it driving on the road with all the tourists. Well, what is the week that is Pebble Beach Concours? I mean, so much happens here. It really does kick off with the tour, as we said, and people out there bright and early. It's just such a great opportunity for people to see these beautiful cars in motion. They're not just in the meter scene like the museum, like the Peterson. And then, of course, you go on to, I mean, the auctions. That is another huge part of it. But a lot of these cars, you know, a lot of these cars, as we watch them go across there, I mean, they're going out there, TK. Some of them with their clutches and overheating and things, that's crazy. Anyway, back to the auctions. I mean, Gooding & Company have been here over 20 years. They're one of the longest partners that Sandra has had here at Pebble Beach. Just absolutely fantastic. And I got a chance to walk around and you see some of the prices going, ooh, like Porsche went absolutely wild. But everyone wants to have a good time when they come to Pebble Beach. So the house parties are a definite thing. Last night, we walked past Land Rover, BMW, made our way to McLaren. There's Lamborghini houses, Mercedes houses, Ferrari houses.
Macallan, Pininfarina.
And of course, Casa Ferrari, well, that's our jam. Tommy and I, along with Amanda Busick, yesterday hosted the Concorso Casa Ferrari, and it was just one of my favorite events, the best food of the week for absolute sure. And we also had some launches. This is something that actually I was very involved with. The M5 new M5 Coupe and wagon launch right there. BMW
global
did it right.
reveal.
Global reveal right there out on the fairway. It was just fantastic. And of course, everyone wants to take home a little bit of Pebble Beach swag, and the merchandise this year is some of the best. I mean, we've got these new beautiful jackets that we've been wearing around, so definitely a way to spend the money. And in the end, it's about beautiful people, beautiful Pebble Beach, beautiful cars. And talking of which, I mean, just look at that shot, finally, of the cars. Tommy, that is what it's all about. We made our way down there a little before the show started, all the way to the end. Well, what I was about to say was beautiful people. My goodness me.
Where? Oh, no, there's lots of them here.
You've watched this show before. You know Jay Ward from Pixar, a man with cars in his veins.
True.
Quite literally, here you are.
True. Love the
Welcome
cars.
back.
It's good to see both of you again.
I love it. Well, this is our pre-show, so we get to have some fun here
good.
with
All right.
you.
All right.
But you are a juge. You're a judge.
Correct.
How was it? Did you judge well?
Let me tell you, I had the wedge cars.
How did you do that? No way to choose.
Here's the thing. We had so many wedge entries, we had to split it into two classes, early and late wedge. So we had 50s, they made wedge cars, yes. 50s, 60s, 70s wedges, and then 80s and newers.
Did you judge both?
We couldn't, so we split it into two classes. Luckily, I got early wedge, which I like the pure Gandini era of design. Fantastic cars. Amazing. Amazing.
Talk a little bit. Chris Bach gave new instructions this year about encouraging you to have every car to have elegance points, but to broaden the definition of elegance.
That's
because, you know, we look at 50 winners coming out of the 30s, and the question is, what is elegance? And he encouraged everyone to think a little more broadly. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the term is subjective, right? I mean, elegance to you and I, we grew up in a different era than somebody who's in their 20s, obviously, right? I mean, I'm barely out of my 20s. You too.
No, I know.
Long time.
1920s.
1920s. Anyway. So, with elegance, you're talking about a car that stands up well in its time. This is a great example. This is Philip Serafin's HF0 Lancia. And Honda brought this concept, right? These are cars that in their time were groundbreaking, avant-garde, unusual, bold. And some of them have so much stance and elegance in the way they were designed that I think that's what Chris was trying to do, is have some liberty to judge these cars for what they are. Are they a Packard? No. Do they belong in the field? Absolutely.
Well, it's funny. I was wondering. I mean, it would absolutely shock the world if one of these became best in show. But when I was down there, you see the crowd around a few of them, and you're like, you know, the reaction, it warrants it.
It's true. What the Concours is doing that's really smart is saying, we need to broaden to more than just the car restore of 1930s era cars. There's nothing wrong with that crowd. They have supported and grown the show and made it what it is and given it the provenance that Pebble Beach Concours has. But that being said, there is a younger generation coming in now, and their posters on their wall were different, right?
Yeah.
I had a 959 on my wall as a kid, and someday a 959.
I had Farah Fawcett and, you know,
and maybe a 308, a Countach,
yeah. That was me.
And in fact, on the field is a Countach, which was in my wedge class, owned by Franz von Holzhausen from Tesla. So we have come into that era.
I always like to tell the story. I was out on the field a couple of years ago, some young, well-dressed young kids standing there. You could tell they're like 14, 15, and they're looking at the car, and I say, oh, do you like the pre-war cars? And they looked at me and they looked at it and went, Gulf War? And I went, okay, we have a problem, Houston. Let's recalibrate. So that is it. We have to stay relevant. But truly honoring the past is the beautiful balance that Sandra Button brings to it with the selection of Vitti.
Yeah.
And when you walk around, this is the most vivacious field that I've ever seen.
Sandra was saying we have a car here from the 1890s, and we have a car here that was built in 2022. So we literally have 125 years of the automobile represented on the field. This is not about classic cars. This is about cars that are classic.
Yeah. I always like to play. You and I, we know we can't take too many of these cars home. But what's in your virtual garage? If you could, I'm not going to ask you what you think should win, because I think it's tough on a judge. But what would you just say? I have to have this in my collection.
Okay, first of all, going back to Franz and his Periscopo Lamborghini, I love that pure original Lamborghini wedge. The Periscopo, basically, as you know, is the one where the rear view mirror is a little periscope to see behind you, because there's no way to see out the back window, which I love. There's a 250 GTO on the field today. And for people who don't know what that is, this is one of 34 in the world that is possibly one of the most winning, most stunning, most iconic GT cars of all time. We have one here. We have McLaren F1s that have Le Mans wins. You know about that car very well. We've got a little bit of everything here for everybody, and there's plenty of cars. The Fruo body cars, the Maseratis, in a heartbeat, yes.
I know. No wonder we're all excited. Well, this is our pre-show. It's like the races, the cars are getting ready for the grid. Thank you so much, Jay.
I'm excited to be here, excited to spend this time with you guys again, and I cannot wait to see what's going to roll across the block.
It's going to be wild. Anyway, when we come back, just check this out. Lancia Stratos Zero. Never heard of it? Well, that's because it truly is one of one. When it comes to wedge-shaped design, it is revolutionary. The year was 1970, and the cultural and design war between Pininfarina and Bertone was at an all-time high. Each of them trying to outdo the other with the most outrageous designs. And in secret, Marcello Gandini was working on this. It was one of the first wedge cars ever to hit the scene, and at the Turin Auto Show in 1970, the car was revealed to the media and the public. I mean, just look at it. It looks like it's hewn from one solid block of metal. It looks like it's going fast without moving, and that surely has to be the design intent of any car designer. It was an unprecedented design movement which really didn't go anywhere but had a huge impact on cars that came later. How you get in, I think, is one of the great mysteries of all time, and certainly an engineering marvel. You twist that and then opens up with the steering wheel coming forward. Let's get inside and take it for a drive. Maybe more nervous about this than anything I've done in a long time. Well, this is a new kind of driving experience. Now, this is the true definition of a concept car. It included all sorts of features, gimmicks, and outlandish design features. But this little Zero has quite a fan base. It was used in a Michael Jackson moonwalk video, as well as Kim Kardashian saw it and immediately requested to do her own photo shoot with it. So, I mean, I'm just saying, maybe she is sexy after all, the car. But the car was never realized, and that is the important thing. Back then, before we had CAD design, before we had wind tunnels, creating something that was going to stretch the boundaries not just of imagination, but the laws, the rules of driving physics. That is what this car did. Well, that was maybe the most uncomfortable half an hour I spent behind the wheel of a car. We're actually joined now by Ralph Gilles, who is the Chief Design Officer at Stellantis, which is, he's also a huge friend of ours.
Knows a thing or two about design and concepts.
But he also said, TK, I don't know how I fit in that car. And I'm not going to lose my moment to Ralph straight away. I drove that. I had put my back out that morning to bend down and push that Lancia logo and twist it. Everyone was staring at me like, why are you 100 years old? But when I got in it, you know, you sit down and the steering wheel telescopically comes towards you as the window goes down.
There's some ergonomics there.
It is literally like, I've never been, I mean, I'm back in the womb, basically. I loved it. What do you feel, Ralph, as you walk around and you see these crazy cars? People like you, madmen of design, you were responsible.
Many things. I see the old and the new. So the HF Stratos that you drove has been around a long time, and you see the brand new stuff on the concept lawn. Watching how much fun they still are to this day. People enjoy them, and there's a younger and younger generation of people coming to Pebble, I've noticed, and their eyes are like saucers taking us in. So for me, that's what they're all about. They move the brands forward. We dream out loud with concepts. I hope they never ever stop, and we never stop.
Yeah.
When you have a pure concept like that, that's never going into production. But you can see in the Countach and cars shortly thereafter. How do you extract pieces and so, some concepts are more productionable too.
Yeah, so we call it dreaming in broad daylight. We do it on purpose. We do these cars, throw them out there. We're listening from the day they're born. We're listening to see what the reaction is. More often than not, the production car is already well underway. If they really hate it, we got to go, oh crap, and change direction. But it's a lot of fun to watch that raw, visceral reaction. But a lot of times we change the design language. We use the concepts for that.
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of being out there. I think every year we say, well, what inspires you? Well, I'm not a designer, but it just is inspiring, right? It's inspiring, I think, in the way you want to dress, the kind of watches you want to wear, the way you want to carry yourself. You look at these cars and you realize they shaped us as much as we shape them.
Yeah, and I'm happy for all the automakers. I'm not all just about Stellantis products.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see the new Karma out there. I'm happy to see the new Lucid SUV they're doing. So everything to me is game. Even the one-offs that, you know, maybe that's the only car they'll ever make. Hugely inspiring.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to talk about a car that's gotten so much buzz, that Nilu supercar up there with the exposed white. Did that one speak to you?
Yes, the whole back of the car. I took a picture of it. I put it on my Instagram account. The wing and the little gold foil and the white reminds you of the old Ferrari race cars.
It's inspired by the Ferrari race car. It's a clean sheet of paper engine, so they can have the exhaust hot V coming out.
And you look at the tail lamp detail. If anyone has, you got to check it out. It's what 3D printing has brought to design. You can do things now that you could literally not do only 10 years ago. So to see
there
the
had
car,
to be a mold, and then you had to get it out of the mold.
Or it would be cost prohibitive, right? So to see them really exploiting the 3D printing on that car is point.
Ralph, what class were you judging? I
was judging the open, elegant class. So we had about some cars from the 50s and 60s. The Packard is one of my favorites. It was gorgeous little Packard roundabout, it's called. I forget what year it is, but it's just stunning, a yellow color. Yeah.
I know you go to a lot of events. Just share with us why you feel Pebble Beach is the gold standard.
It's, first of all, I always come here and see cars I've never seen before. I'm talking 50 cars a day that I've never seen before. I always see them for the first time here. It's also, we don't realize, the who's who in the industry, we re-meet each other here. People like yourself, people like Jochen Mass and all my heroes are here. There's that, and every head of design, I think, from around the world is just about here. So for us, it's a bit of a nice get-together. But really, the cars are the stars. Every single one is worthy of being here.
Well, now, talk about other designers. You know, there's no one. Who of the current crop are ones that I don't want to put you on the spot that you think are really, really talented?
Well, you know, I think a lot of automakers are finding their own groove right now. I'm really impressed what Kia's doing. I think Kia's doing a great job. I'm not sure who's leading their design right now. Even GM, the one, I forget her name, the lady at Cadillac, is doing phenomenal work. The latest Cadillacs are it's the way they should be. Grand American, you know, a little overstated, but hey, that's Cadillac, right? So
brash.
Yeah, I was in it the other day, the Celestiq.
Yes,
I mean, it's what it should be, the size of a small ship.
And the Soleil, I think the new convertible.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so well, Ralph, a tip of the hat to them.
Thank you so much for joining us. We're on a tear to the finish line. 30 minutes before the start of the 73rd Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Thank you so much, Ralph. Your job is done here today, I think. But we're going to take a little message here from our sponsors.
Thank you. All right. Good fun.
He's going to come.
You don't have to explain to Haggerty that your car is special. We get it. And when it comes to things that can go wrong, we've pretty much seen it all. That's why we created Better in...
Meguiar's hybrid ceramic wash and wax, used with a traditional bucket or foam cannon. Leaves paint slick. Boost hybrid ceramic protection with every wash. It's ceramic, made easy. Meguiar's hybrid ceramic wash and wax. Meguiar's, reflect your passion.
The hat's usually essential. He says,
Oh, welcome back to the 73rd Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. As you can see, I don't think there could have been a better day than we had this morning. There was actually a distinct lack of that cloud cover that you often get. This is so wet, but it meant that we were going to have a more temperate day. But of course, it started in 1950. These amazing shots you can see right now. Pretty much these brave men had come back from World War II, and taking a drive around the dangerous roads of 17-mile drive didn't exactly seem like too much of a risk. So they all got a bit sporty out there. Then a group of them said, why not bring our cars and our latest cars and put them on the fairway here at Pebble Beach Golf Course and, well, tell each other how magnificent we are. 73 years later, we're still here. And just look at that as we see the ultimate, the best of show as cars make their way across. The confetti goes out. It's just incredible. Of course, a huge thanks, as always, to everybody at the Pebble Beach Company for what they do, allowing us to invade their hallowed ground here on the golf links, but also to Sandra Button and her entire team, her husband Martin. They couldn't be more influential in the world of classic cars. I got to sit down and talk with the chairman, Sandra Button, just a few weeks ago. And as always, she is leading the future and the past and curating the past of this beautiful event. Check this out. Well, Sandra, I can't believe it. Another year has already come around. I mean, does it start immediately after the last one finishes?
Actually, in a weird way, Pebble Beach almost has a 5-year trajectory. And if you imagine how long it takes to prepare a car for Pebble Beach, it's kind of not fair to announce a class and give people maybe 10, 12 months to get ready. It does take all of a year and more to get all the stage set for these great cars that are coming our way very soon.
You balance the respect for the past while advancing into the future, and every decade there's new cars that become eligible. Talk about the new classes and quite how considered you have to be to introduce a new class.
Well, you know, at Pebble Beach, it started with motorsports. So in 1950, the Pebble Beach road races, they were the show. And afterwards, people kicked some tires and basically looked at brand new cars. And that evolved where some of the cars that were towing the new cars there that were considered old clunkers in the day, all of a sudden in the mid-50s, we started to have true, what we would call now, Pebble Beach Concours cars coming. And for years and years, it was driven by very coach-built, stately, chauffeur-driven cars. The last few years, the split between pre- and post-war cars is almost 50-50. But this year, we actually have about 20% more post-war cars than pre-war. Our earliest car is a 1898 Moors, and then you go all the way up to 2023, and that's all going to be on the field this year.
Pebble Beach's reputation in the automotive world is for being the purest concours. It is a competition. So bringing change, you must really have to consider that.
It's like wearing a hat to the Kentucky Derby. I mean, you want it to be that kind of moment. But at the same time, we have a responsibility, I think, to reflect what people love about cars. It's almost like a music festival where you have a rock band, but you also have a symphony, and we try to get it all out there. And, you know, this year, of course, we're celebrating 125 years of Packard in the day. So, you know, we're showing it all at Pebble Beach.
When people leave the field on the Sunday, what do you want their takeaway to be?
The Pebble Beach Concours is hard to explain if you've never been, even if you see the videos. Because when you're on the field, the spirit of competition is an important element. I like to hear people say, I can't believe that. Only at Pebble Beach would you see those cars. Only at Pebble Beach would you see these 5 cars together. That drive to go out and keep the curiosity high is something that I'm very proud of, that we put some fantastic classes together with the help of my selection committee and the enthusiasts themselves bringing the cars to us.
You know what, she really is one of my favorite people in the world. But like I said at her chairman's dinner just a few nights ago, I thought I was special until I realized everyone is her best friend. So that was a little humbling. Anyway, I'm sitting here right now with Charlie Ross, who's one of the lead auctioneers at Gooding & Company, and a man who's, well, it's not a logo, it's the monogram for David Gooding when he wears the hat. David, lovely to have you back.
Thank you.
As always. Well, you just heard we had those lovely words from Sandra. You've been a friend of hers and probably one of her longest partners here. Give us a few words.
So Sandra and I first met each other in 1990 when we were doing it before Gooding & Company, and I worked at Christie's, and she was heading the events here, and we've literally grown up here at Pebble Beach together. And I'm amazed at her skill, her tremendous relationship with all the clients and everyone here. And I'm very fortunate to be on the selection committee with her and to watch her deal with all of us car experts and sifting through it and making this show. She just has the right touch to know what should be here and what shouldn't be here, and so it's just really a joy to work with her.
This is basically like planning a dinner party with the new classes and so forth and bringing all the people together. But what is remarkable to me is, you know, she is absolutely the one who's going to make the decision, and she absolutely wants to hear what you have to say, which is a rare combination. When someone has really strong opinions and is super discerning, but also really, really wants to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
She's remarkable.
Most definitely.
Well, Charlie, I mean, you're a relative newcomer in the.
I'm a new kid on the block here.
I mean, you don't hear that often, sir, do you?
Yeah, no. No. Not many people look at me and think he's a new kid on the block.
Your hairdresser certainly doesn't.
Yeah, no, you've met him.
I've met him, well, yeah, and out of work.
20 years. 20 years.
20 years.
Here, since I met David in England. A typically wet, miserable day.
Yeah.
And David about to start out with his first auction here at Pebble. And what did he need? An auctioneer.
Wow.
And he found this old man with little hair, as you referred to, and kindly invited me to come here and conduct the Gooding first auction, which was wonderful because I'd spent my life selling chickens and cattle and old bits of furniture, and there were these shining, wonderful motor cars, including the Mormon Meteor, which was just over 4 million in those days.
Right. 4 million in those days. Wow,
yes,
you put some context to it.
That was exciting.
Yeah. Wow, I bet it was. Well, the fans have got to know you more publicly, you know, because you've been helping us with the charity auction.
Yeah,
which
indeed.
Is such a fundamental part of that. You must enjoy that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I love anything to do with charity, and of course Sandra's led that. And over 3 million has been made this year, which is a record, I think. Yeah. And in total over the years, 40 million.
Yeah.
You know, it's a huge amount of money.
I mean, supporting over 90 worthwhile causes in the area here. Tommy's always talks about 1,000 volunteers, which makes this a unique event, which is why they can give $3 million to charity. That is what does it right here on the peninsula. And Sandra and Martin Button, they go out and they literally make sure the money's being spent in the right places.
Yes, indeed.
David, how do you balance that from your point of view? I mean, you're a businessman. Gooding has to make money. I mean, it sells and buys, sells cars.
Yeah, no. I mean, we love it when we can. Obviously, the core business has to make money, and it's a big production here. So and it's grown tremendously over the years. But there's always a charitable aspect of it, and we're very, very proud of that. Through the years, we've had some great collections that we've sold for charity. We did a few lots this year for charity. Some years back, we sold an entire Silver Ghost collection. All the proceeds went to cancer research.
Wow.
And we raised over $14 million just that year. So it's fantastic when we can do that. It just invigorates us that much more.
I love it.
Well, it's 41 million. What was the highest priced car that sold this week?
We sold an Alpha for 14 million.
Okay.
And
which is a lot of scratch.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But 41 they've raised.
Yes.
Yeah.
Puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
It sure does.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we can always talk to you for hours. Unfortunately, there's something called the class winners that are going to be making their way across in about 23 minutes. Thank you so much. I mean, we'll talk offline, but just one thing. What's the class you've enjoyed looking at the most?
I always like the preservation classes.
Okay.
The cars, both the pre-war and post-war, they're just spectacular. They're just so interesting in a variance of cars, so it'll be great to see. And last year,
one made the Final Four.
Yeah.
Is this the year? There's one that's getting some buzz this year.
Some buzz, yeah, it could be. So we'll see. You know, you never know. But the amazing thing about the concours, you never know how the cars are going to get through the classes.
Yeah, so. And we're racers and we love competition. So we always remember it heats up down on that. When I see them all lining up there in the class winners pen, it is like the pre-grid. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, it is a competition. We absolutely know that, and everybody is on standby. It doesn't matter how wealthy they are or how much effort and time went in. They all want to win. Of course, it is a big celebration year for Packard, 125 years of that magnificent mark. And I went down, and I didn't get to drive it. I don't think they trusted me that much, but I was a passenger. Check this out, one of my favorite moments. gracing the show fields at the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance is the feature class of Packard. And 1930 was a very significant year for this famed American marque because they wanted to go head to head with the might and literal horsepower of Duesenberg. And this car was their answer. The 1930 Packard 734 Speedster Runabout. They wanted to build something on a slightly shorter chassis that still had all the elegance and refinement of a Packard, but with the punch and sportiness that the market required. Remember, at the time, the average house in America cost just over $6,000. This was $5,000, right on the heels of the Great Depression. They weren't a great seller for, well, not obvious reasons. I guess cash was one of them, but the elegance and design and power of the car endured, and now it is one of the great collectibles. It really looks like, when you stand back, elegance, power, performance in motion. So I found myself a very special chauffeur to take it, well, for a runabout. Can you just imagine the impact this car had when it was driving down the road?
I mean, I'm sure it got way more looks back then than it maybe did now. I think a lot more people knew what they were looking at back in the day, and now it's just a piece of art rolling down the road. But, you know, back in the day it was status. I think a lot of it too is the mystery of it, because who's to say? You know, the story of every car changes every time someone gets behind the wheel, and I think that's really part of what draws me to it. Is it has so much history behind it, but you're also making history with the car every time you get behind the wheel, drive it down the road, someone sees it, you don't know who they tell, where that picture goes that they took. You know, it's a story that continues every time it goes anywhere, really. There's a lot more that you can learn from a car like this versus a sporty BMW or any really new modern car. There's a feeling that you get when you get behind the wheel. There's an excitement, there's a rush. The adrenaline, for me, will always be so much different than getting behind the wheel of a modern car.
Well, I was being driven there by the very talented and capable Ellie, who's the daughter of the owner of that beautiful Packard. She whipped it around her local country road. She's lived in that area for a long time, and it was just fantastic. Her father has let her drive everything from the Cobras to the Ferraris to the Porsches, and
who says youngsters don't like pre-work
well,
cars?
And she does like, and they work on them, so thumbs up. I saw Ellie and her dad, Scott, out there earlier, just, you know, really impressed by you. But TK, something we're going to do now, this is not formal from the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. This is just some cars that we've got our eyes on.
Well, and I talked about it. Actually, when people first see the list, they have the cars jump out at them. Then you go to the tour and different cars jump out at them. And then people run into other people and the talk changes. Then you go on the show field. When I was out on the show field, I was standing by one of the cars here. It was a two-tone Duesenberg that's one of ours that it keeps bubbling to the top. And right when the sun came out, it hit that two-tone paint. And so the weather actually can affect some of this stuff. So here is one of the cars in here's a Packard. There's two cars from Harry Yagi. And he's in the spirit of Arturo Keller, is competing against himself. So this is the Lehrman collection car, 1934 Packard 12. And the color on this car is really what works. It's a beautiful dove gray. And so that's the first one. Now, closed cars, not as common for Best in Show, but it is a Packard year. So, and then when we get into the next class, the actual Packard class is where the thing really heats up. It's looking like 3 cars. This is one of Harry Yegi's cars. Again, in the spirit of Arturo Keller, he says, you know what, I'm going to put 2 cars in this class. Arturo Keller had over 100 cars, one of only 3 owners, 100 cars on the field over the years, and he passed away, the late great now, Arturo Keller. And so look at that color. This is, and I think this is, yes, this is
one of our favorite people, Anne Lee Brockinson's collection.
I think that graphic is off, actually, on this car, because that is not, her car is a bright red Duesenberg disappearing top. This, I think, is the car that was owned by Louise Amer Boyd, who was an Arctic explorer. This car, in period, went on tours through Poland and Europe. It has a polar bear hood ornament.
That's so cool.
And so this car was getting a lot of attention. So that was not the Ann Brockington Lee car. But so there's, in that one class alone, there's 2 Harry Yagi cars and the 1 Boyd car that are all, and only the best of class can win. So whichever car gets through that class is immediately going to jump into a favorite to be in the Final 4. So here is that two-tone car that I was standing next to. This is the Thomas Maioli car. And here, this footage was shot during the cloud cover, and when the sun came out, it was just a whole different car. And so, and that's what I'm saying. You can have your idea, but, and I hear Sandra say it over and over and over, until you see the cars on the field, you have an idea, and a lot of it goes out the window. There's a Ferrari, a post-war Ferrari, which is a very unusual color combination. That's the Ann Brockington Lee car. It's it's what they call a disappearing roof. And so this car, what's interesting about this is almost preservation. This is a 40-year-old restoration on this car. So it still is remarkable looking. This is one of the 2 cars in the Duesenberg class. So again, another multi-car in class. So whichever one of those 2, or another one could, but if one of these 2 cars gets through as the best in show, or best in class. And this is Michael Cadori's car. This car has picked up steam recently. It wasn't, starting yesterday, there was a lot of talk about this car as well. Another stunning gray car. This is Hispano Suiza. And Michael Cadori, of course, from Peninsula Hotels and the great event down the road, the Quail, is at his property. Now this is the preservation car that is getting everyone's attention, and I stood and just with my jaw on the ground. This car won the 1934 Belgian Grand Prix outright. Rene Dreyfus drove it, and then it was rebodied into a 2-passenger car and purchased by King Leopold III of Belgium, and he put those Belgian yellow stripes on it, and it is untouched and totally preserved from probably like 1938 on. Now we go to post-war, and this is the Tabo Lago, one that did not make it last year for the Grand Sport when we had all those cars for the Tour of Elegance. This car, really unusual color combination, but it is the original. It's mint with brown accents, and look at that. This looks a little bit like a pre-war car because it's kind of a tweener car. It looks like a pre-war car, but it's post-war. So this one is from the Czech Republic, and the color combination either they love or they hate. And so, and speaking of which, another strong color combination, this 375 Ghia. This is Tom and Jill Peck's car. And I have to say, the picture, when I saw it in pictures, I was like, really? And then you see it in person, and it's still unusual for a Ferrari, but it actually works a lot better in person. And this is one of the 2 post-war cars that is getting some best in show talk.
Well done, Tommy. That was wonderful. I've got to say, as I just said to a few of the top Ferrari executives, that Ferrari, it's a matter of taste, but it looks like it's half-dressed. That's what I said to you. But in person, way cooler than on photographs. Well, we have our own picks, something we like to get into. And remember, we, in this world, are mere infants. So we sort of, with our lack of experience, my first showstopper is this. This is the one I drove, that 1970 Lancia Stratos HF0. For me, it is the epitome of a wedge-shaped car. When I saw it just driving on the streets of Beverly Hills in that feature a minute ago, when I saw it out here on the fairway, I was just like, yeah, that's fantastic. What about you? You picked one too.
Well, this is a car, and Pininfarina and Ferrari, very similar. They're both 1970. They actually figured out a way to add some curves. Look at the wheel arches and so forth, and the way you get that cockpit just levitates up and forward like a jet fighter. And so that one, for me, is one of mine.
Yeah. Well, of course, being British and a bit of a royalist, I had to pick one of the Land Rovers from the Royal Collection. And I went over and talked to the curator from Land Rover. And, you know, Queenie was right into this. She loved driving. She was often driving around her estate at Balmoral. I actually saw her at a point-to-point race one time. So for me, it was the Land Rover. But jump forward, it looks like a million years, TK,
well,
for yours.
That is not a Ferrari F40 from Michelotto, but that is the 2023 wedge car. But I picked, you know, those BPR GT1 cars. The Mercedes is probably the one closest to my heart, but as a road car, the F40. So I chose the F40 GTE was my pick.
Well, that's a pretty good segue. We're getting very close right now to when I actually have to go and open these proceedings this afternoon. But when we come back, BPR is all the rage this year. We'll be talking to the founders. Check this out.
To Haggerty, it's obvious. One of these cars is not like the others. It's harder to operate, but easier to enjoy. You use it.
Introducing Meguiar's new Ultimate Headlight Restoration Kit. No power tools required. Delivering liquid glass results and durability for over 18 months. Meguiar's Ultimate Headlight Restoration Kit. Meguiar's, reflect your passion.
Just look at that. There's nowhere more beautiful, and the weather has certainly turned out today. Over 200 cars out there. The fans were lining up at dawn today to get in. This is why it is the most prestigious event in the world. Of course, BPR was founded by Jürgen Barth, Patrick Peter, and Stefan Rattel back in the 90s. I was part of that. I got to race in it. Actually raced with a mad Danish guy back in the day, and Erik Henriksen. But when we look at these cars out here, it just shows how influential the 90s were, in fact, not just in motorsport, but in automotive design. And seeing them here is just such an indication of how the Pebble Beach Concours adapts and evolves each generation. Each year it brings in cars. I actually drove that car just in a test, but of course, seeing the might of those massive Mercedes and the concept cars, it all comes together. Stefan Rattel, thank you so much for joining us. Patrick Peter, an old friend as well. We were all a lot younger when we first knew each other with a lot more. We couldn't have more hair at all, but how do you feel, Stefan, seeing the cars out there that pretty much you are responsible for allowing the space to go racing?
It's wonderful to be here, and it's wonderful to see these cars and such a very representative display of what the BPR was. I mean, with the Ferrari F40 GTE, with the Bugatti, with EB110, with of course the McLaren F1 GTR, and then an evolution into the days of Porsche GT2, and evolution into the next step, which was the FI GT Championship with one of the most iconic cars, which was the Mercedes CLK GTR. So that a fantastic display, and what I really appreciated is to have the race car and the road car together. That showed that these cars were really coming from the road, even if the Mercedes was a bit more debatable, but the regulation was that you needed 25 homologated cars, and it proves that there was an homologated car and 25 of them, so this Mercedes CLK GTR road car.
Yeah, well, I mean, to see them, we look back now, and Patrick, they look like pretty good race cars, but at the time, you had to create a new format to allow drivers, gentlemen, and professionals a place to go racing. We talked about it in the seminar last night. It was an exciting time.
Yes, it was. On the beginning, it was just like a joke because we liked the GT car, and during the 70s, 80s, beginning of 90s, it was mainly for the touring car. And touring car, very interesting car, but it's not a dream car like a GT. And when we meet together, immediately we discuss and we say we have to learn that again. Yeah. And it was a fantastic adventure during too short adventure during just 3 years altogether. But the BPR was fantastic, and it was fantastic for the driver, for the spectator, for everybody. It was a fantastic period, and it's incredible to find again this car now in Pebble 30 years after.
Yeah, amazing.
Do you have any of these at home? Were you smart enough to sock any of them away?
I kept a few, but not really the BPR car. A bit GT1 car. Yeah, I have a couple GT1, GT2, GT3, but I have none not from the BPR times.
Now
I was not wise enough. I had them at the time because I owned. I had
the F40.
I had a Ferrari team, and we run the F40 pilot car, the blue F40 LM. But like many team owners, you're silly enough to sell your car at the end of the season.
Cheap too.
Yeah. So, yeah. Compared to what it was today, and it's today definitely the most valuable F40 LM because it's the only F40 LM that actually raced at Le Mans.
Wow. Well, guys, This is like the pre-grid. In 6 minutes, we start the big show. It's a real treat to have you both here. Thank you so much. The cars are so popular. See the young guys all down there?
No, I think it's very good to have
I have to go, guys, because I am actually going to be walking out onto the ramp behind us to kick off the show and introduce our Master of Ceremonies. But I did get the chance to, again, he wouldn't let me drive, but I was a passenger in one of the poster cars from this year, a beautiful 1955 Maserati. So check it out. Jonathan Seagull giving me a spirited drive around San Diego. Jonathan, one of the things I love about seeing all your cars in the collection is they seem ready to be driven.
Oh, it's super important. You have to have these cars moving. They're like people. You have them sedentary the whole time, they're going to be old and stiff, but they love to get out and drive. So this one is important because this car was an interim car between the A6 GCS race cars and the A6G street cars. So they made 3 of these cars in between the two. They used a race engine, short chassis, and made a street car out of it.
What about this car? Did you go, God, I gotta have it?
It comes down to one word, and that is beauty. A car has to be beautiful, it has to be exquisite, and from there, everything else falls in place. For me, one of the most important and fun things to do is learn about these cars, the history cars. Who owned it? What did they do? What happened to it? Was it raced? Was it shown? What colors were they? Did they start off at a certain color, get changed to another? Is it important to take it back? Or can you take the liberty, because it's only 1 of 2 cars in the world of this type, to make your own choice? And on this car we did, and I think it's way more elegant.
And of course there's 2 ways of looking at them, as pieces of art, but also seeing them in motion.
Its real soul comes out because you hear the sounds, you can feel it, it's happy. It's not just sitting there static, it's moving like it should and like it was designed to be. It's designed to be driven. Here we go. Woo!
Hey! I like that. That is a little climatic to the whole thing.
All right, welcome back to Pebble Beach, and now I'm alone on the set, and I mean alone on the set. JB has gone off to get ready to take the ramp and introduce Amanda Stretton to go. I'm sitting here next to the trophy that everybody is hoping for. We were supposed to have Jonathan Seagull join us, but as we know from Jonathan Seagull over the years, he marches to his own drummer. So I will talk a little bit about that. That we saw it on that video there. He's an architect by trade, one of the very, very best. And that man cave that he has created there in San Diego, he designed and built that building. Most people have to operate within the space that they have, but he has literally, he creates his own world, and he is here with 2 of the most beautiful Frua cars that I have ever seen. One of the rules of Pebble Beach is a car can only be judged every 10 years, which is why the planning for these special classes, like a Frua or 125 years of Packard, would start 10 years ago so people can hold cars out. Well, Jonathan showed both of his Frua cars in the last handful of years, and so there's the Spider that's on the poster, and in the background, one of the most beautiful cars I've ever seen. I think that red car should have won Best in Show that year. Obviously, the judges didn't agree with me. They weren't ready for another post-war car. But so my point is, these cars are both here this year, but they're what is called exhibition only, meaning they're not judged in class, so they cannot win their class, which means they cannot win Best of Show. And so but they are eligible for all the special awards. So Jonathan is here. I asked him on Wednesday, I said, are you going to be a little more relaxed, not being, he says, well, I still have a shot at the special awards. So that competitive juice is still flowing with him. But that was one of the reasons I think that he gets so wound up and hits his cocktails so hard. He likes his cocktails, but his stomach is just a ball of nerves when his cars are out there being judged. So there's that car, since we didn't have video of it in the piece, that blue and yellow F40 GTE there in the center of the shot. It's not a close-up, but that is one of the TK picks there next to the red, the street car. And they're sprinting away from me faster than I'm closing on them. But an F40 is definitely on the ultimate dream garage for me. It's just, you know, you hear people, it's an overused word, the analog cars, but that F40 is as good as it gets to me. So this is one part of the genius of what Sandra does. I touched on it when they were here with these new classes. It's like she, in the expanded field, one of the things they've talked about is they really want to expand the field. What does that mean? They want to have more current cars. This is the first year in history where there are significantly more post-war cars than there are pre-war cars, I think on the order of 20% more. The fact that there's a 2023, the car that was in my pick, that was one of the wedge cars. That's a 2022 Ital design wedge car. So yeah, 125 years covering on just this field alone. But what Sandra, when she chooses the classes, I kind of hit on an analogy, which is it's like she's having a dinner party. And the very best dinner party host makes sure they have all the right kinds of guests. And so you've got some people that are a little more reserved, maybe super intelligent and analytical, and then you've got the really eccentric. So you want to have a flamboyant Italian. So you have the Maseratis. I think the wedge cars are kind of the crazy artists that everyone, you probably maybe not want to be married to one, but you definitely want to sit next to one at a dinner party. So I think we're closing in on it. I don't have a countdown clock yet, but the anticipation is building. So, okay, perfect timing. JB's walking out. Over to JB.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. So a huge welcome to the most highly anticipated motorsport automotive event in the world, the 73rd Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. My name is Justin Bell, and I am here to welcome you. And it feels like I'm once again amongst friends. We're united in our shared passion for the automobile. And it really is a chance in perhaps one of the most beautiful places in the world right now to reunite with old friends, make new ones, and of course, enjoy the spectacular vehicles that we see out here on the fairway. I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon over there on our talk show stage because we're going to be bringing all the action that you see here on the show field to our friends and fans from around the world. So if you're watching, thank you so much. Be here next year. But before I do that, I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome to the stage our Master of Ceremonies. She'll be making her way over here in a few minutes in an absolutely stunning 1955 Maserati A6G Frua Spider. And if you recognize the car, it is because it is one of the show cars that you see on our event poster this year. She is a fellow British racing driver. She is a car enthusiast, and she is a motoring broadcaster. But more importantly today, she is our 2024 Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance Master of Ceremonies. Shall we give a warm welcome to Amanda Stretton, making her way now. This beautiful car, one of the two on the event poster, graciously driven by Jonathan Seagull, the one and only Jonathan Seagull. Well done, Amanda. Well, how was the drive, and welcome back.
Well, first of all, Jonathan, thank you so much for that short ride in your absolutely stunning Maserati. And Justin, thank you so much for that lovely warm introduction. Before we get started, I would just like to welcome all of you to this most legendary show field, truly unmatched in terms of its elegance here at Pebble Beach. Jonathan, this is your cue to leave the stage. Hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit more of him and lots of other cars later on though. But I just want to say I am so excited to be back for a second year, and I'm in absolute awe once again of all the cars and their many caretakers who make the journey here to be reviewed and rewarded for their diligence in the preservation and restoration of these fine automobiles. And Justin, we did a little trip down the green, and it is the most incredible show field.
Well, yeah, I think I saw you all coming in earlier, making your way out there, and it was really just a kaleidoscope of incredibleness. For me, well, you and I found ourselves in front of the BPR and FIA GT cars. That goes back to when we first met each other. I was racing with my father, Derek Bell, who's here somewhere. We raced in that iconic Harrods McLaren 1995 Longtail F1 GTR, and to see the 96 car here and all the BPR guys is truly incredible. Just makes me feel old, that's all.
It's absolutely amazing. Well, as a racer, I can attest to just how significant that championship was. But for me, it was seeing those wedge-shaped cars. As soon as I heard that they were going to be in a class, I was just so excited.
Well, you said that when we came here a month ago to shoot some little social media videos, and Amanda was like, the wedge-shape. I was like, I don't even know what those are. But I got to drive that Lancia a few weeks ago, and my back is still hurting. If you're over 50, don't try it. If you're over 50, just go and look at it. It is amazing.
Watching them on the tour was really quite special, actually. I was lucky enough to be in a Speed 6, but watching them in the California sunshine, actually out on the highway, was a special moment indeed.
It's all about memories. It's all about us making new memories. And remember, these cars have such long histories that even by being here today, we're another point in a moment in those cars' history. And I think that's what we all appreciate. We're going to be doing this live stream. If you can text your friends around the world, right now we are live globally on pebblebeachconcours.live. The live stream is bought very generously by Haggerty and Maguire's. And really, over there, Tommy Kendall is my co-host. He'll put his hand up. We're doing a simultaneous broadcast while you do your thing, and then we'll come together at the end. It's produced by Jason Jacobson, an award-winning, Emmy-winning producer. It couldn't be better. We couldn't be more excited to be here.
Well, Justin, of course, it's wonderful that you're able to bring the action here at the Concours to the audience who can't be with us. But I think, everybody, let's give a round of applause to our live stream sponsors, Haggerty and Maguire's.
Thank you. You know what? I have this feeling of like I'm standing in the middle of the starting grid at Le Mans and I should move. I think we need to get this race on. Remember, this is very much a competition. We've been saying it in our pre-show. So I'm going to leave the stage. The next time I'm standing here, the best of show winner will be right here. And you guys at the front have got the best seat, as you do every year. So thank you very much. Enjoy, savor every moment. Amanda, it is over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, a round of applause, everybody, for Justin Bell and the Talk live stream team for helping us, as I say, to connect to that greater community. Well, I am, as I said, honoured to be back for my second year acting as your Master of Ceremonies at the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Before last year, I'd only attended the concours as an entrant and a guest, and I remember wondering each time, how does an event of this magnitude come to be so refined, intimate, but with a show field of the most coveted amongst collectors for 7 decades? Well, now that I have been lucky enough to be behind the scenes for a full year, I've learned that this third Sunday in August is a result of a finely tuned process that actually starts in just a couple of weeks' time in September with a small group of people, and it grows to the thousands that we see today. Now, throughout the show, I'm going to invite you all along the journey with me as I share some of what happens behind the scenes that lead up to Concours Sunday. But before we jump into the show, let's take a moment to recognize the woman that has been at the helm of this incredible event for 38 years. And throughout that time, she really has perfected the process that I'm going to share with you today. She is chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, Sandra Button. Now, Sandra is heading this way in a 1914 Packard 448, 7-passenger touring, owned by Ross Myers. Now, you're going to find, there we go, that's the one. You're going to find this Packard featured on the 2024 Tour of Elegance poster as well. So, another round of applause, please, for the woman who makes this possible and always exceeds our expectations, Sandra Button.
I'll stay out here with you. Just walk forward.
Sandra Button, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, my first question to Sandra after last year's event is, when do we get started on next year? And her answer to me was, we already have. Featured classes are often chosen many years before the event, so collectors have time to work on the cars that they may wish to enter well in advance. In September, a list of key cars to capture in the featured classes is compiled, and then once November rolls around, applications are distributed to collectors around the world. By the end of the year, thousands of applications are submitted for consideration. And then finally, in February, a group of nearly 20 experts who specialize in each of the eras and marks that we see on the show field gather to review the applicants. This group, founded by our chairman, Sandra Button, in 2005, is known as the Selection Committee. Now, this group of experts carefully chooses the cars that gather at the Pebble Beach Concours to captivate enthusiasts with varied interests. So let's start by looking at the breadth of this year's show field. You're going to find cars produced from as early as 1898 to as late as 2023. That is over 125 years of automotive history. Cars that could have been featured on this event's very concept lawn have now made their way onto the 18th fairway, competing in the wedge-shaped concept car and prototype class. In fact, in recent years, about half of the show field has hosted post-war cars, and this year we've got the highest percentage to date, almost 20% more than in previous years. It is hard to fathom, as Justin said, that supercars on the track in the 90s are now here in their own right in the BPR and FIA GT class. And adding even more post-war class to the lawn is another of the 2024 features. It is Maserati, of course. Now, included in this display of Fluor-bodied Maseratis, accompanied by other Fluor-bodied coachworks, and they have a class of their own. Finally, we are celebrating the 125th anniversary of Packard. Now, this luxurious American marque is being commemorated with 3 distinct classes along the fairway. Each car that is here today is deserving of immense recognition. The Pebble Beach Concours would really like to thank the entrants, the restorers, and of course, the judges who've taken the time to care for and honor the significance of these cars. And now it is our time to honor you. So the cars competing for today's top award have all undergone the highest level of scrutiny. Not that one. And those that will drive over the ramp have really stood out amongst the strongest competitors. The individuals that make these incredibly tough decisions are a group of nearly 200 class and honorary judges that are here with us today. The class judging teams are composed of over 100 of the foremost car experts, historians and restorers on the planet, and they spend months researching the cars that are accepted into their class before traveling here for the final inspection. The judges were released this morning at around 8 a.m. In fact, I saw some of them at dawn patrol to examine the cars that are in the competition and to ensure that all the criteria are met to take home an award later this afternoon. By 11 a.m., the chief judge all of each class have submitted their team's first, second, and third award winners. So today we're going to be meeting the honorary judges responsible for determining our special and elegance awards. Eligible cars competed outside of their class for these trophies, which are going to be awarded just before today's most coveted accolade, the Best of Show, is going to be revealed. And our honorary judges are a distinguished group of global leaders, designers, and innovators in today's automotive industry. So let's meet the 2024 Pebble Beach Concours honorary judges. Thank you, Chris. And leading the way today, we have got Chief Judge Chris Bock. Now, Chris is from Nevada City, California, and he's served on the selection committee since its inception. He plays a pivotal role as chief judge, overseeing more than 100 class judges and their judging assignments. You can learn more about our class judges by picking up a complimentary 2024 program at the program and poster sales booth just outside of the main entry. Many thanks to Chris and all the class judges on the field today.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
We're going to address
that. And now, for our honorary judges, would you please allow me to introduce Alfonso Albaiza from Yokohama, Japan, Senior Vice President of Global Design, Nissan. Dave Omontea, Cambiano, Italy, Chief Design Officer, Automobili Pininfarina. Silvio Angori, Cambino, Italy, CEO and MD, Pininfarina. Akim Anscheit, Molsheim, France, Director of Design, Bugatti. Valentino Balboni, Ferrara, Italy, former Lamborghini Research and Development Test Driver. Manvendra Singh Barwani, Indore, India, Curator of the Oberoi Concours. Derek Bell, MBE, Sussex, England, Le Mans Racing Great. Mitja Borket, Sant'Agata Bolognese, Italy, Design and Strategy, Design Director, Automobili Lamborghini. Philip Brabeck, Herndon, Virginia, Senior Vice President, Product Management, Audi of America. Chris Brownridge, Sussex, England, CEO of Rolls-Royce. Klaus Bus, Turin, Italy, Head of Design, Maserati. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the introductions, I would like to invite all the judges here today to tip their hats in honor of the individual that would have been the next in line. A dear friend and Pebble Beach Concours judge for over a decade, Ian Cameron was taken from us just a month ago. This loss has been felt by the car community, but his contributions to this event and the greater automotive world will never be forgotten. Ian spent 17 years with Pininfarina, followed by 21 years with BMW Group, the last 14 of which were as design director for Rolls-Royce motor cars. Upon retirement in 2013, Ian spent the next decade joyfully working on the cars he loved most, both in California and Germany. We know Ian is with us in spirit, applauding his fellow judges on the ramp and walking alongside his family, who is here with us today to honor his memory. So thank you for joining us in a final applause for Ian Cameron. So let's continue in applauding our next honorary judge, Antonio Casu, Turin, Italy, CEO, Ital Design. Miles Collier, Naples, Florida, founder of the Revs Institute for Automotive Research. Robert Devlin, San Francisco, California, author of 2 books on this event, Pebble Beach, A Matter of Style, and Pebble Beach, The Art of the Poster. Doug Field, Birmingham, Michigan, Chief EVs, Digital and Design Director, Ford Motor Company. Jennifer Flake, Newport Beach, California, CEO, Myers-Manx. Joaquin Garcia, Turin, Italy, Head of Design, Ital Design. Christoph George, Reston, Virginia, Global Sales and Marketing Director for Bentley Motors. Ed Gilbertson, San Francisco, California, Chief Judge, Emeritus Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Ralph Gilles, Auburn Hills, Michigan, Chief Design Officer, Stellantis. McKeel Haggerty, Traverse City, Michigan, CEO of Haggerty. Kevin Hunter, Newport Beach, California, President of Culti Design Studio. Jackie Ix, Principality of Monaco, Racing Great of Le Mans and Formula One. Derek Jenkins, Malibu, California, Senior Vice President of Design and Brand for Lucid Motors. Helmut Kass, Munich, Germany, Head of BMW Group Classic. Felix Kilbertus, Turin, Italy, Chief Creative Officer, Pininfarina. So let's give a big round of applause to our first group of honorary judges. More about their impressive careers and many accomplishments can be found in your 2024 program. Our programs are complimentary and available for pickup just outside the main entry at the program and poster sales booth. The second group of honorary judges is led by Chief Honorary Judge Stephen Brower. He's from St. Louis, Missouri, and is Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Hunter Engineering Company. Stephen has also served on our selection committee since its inception in 2005. So a round of applause, please, for Jan Herrick LaFrance, Crew England, member of the board, finance and IT for Bentley Motors. Grant Larson, Ingen, Germany, director of special vehicles for Porsche. Michael Leiters, Woking, England, CEO, McLaren Automotive. Dave Marek, Los Angeles, California, Chief Creative Director, Acura. Jochen Mass, Le Bar-sur-Loup, France, Le Mans winning endurance and former Formula One racer. Dr. Tom Matano, San Francisco, California, Executive Director of the School of Industrial Design, Academy of Art, University. Lisa Materasso, Dearborn, Michigan, Global Chief Marketing Officer for the Ford Motor Company. Kim McCulloch, Prompton Plains, New Jersey, Chief Marketing Officer, Parella Motorsports Holding. Shiro Nakamura, Tokyo, Japan, CEO, SN Design Platform. Dan Dan Neal, Raleigh, North Carolina, automotive critic for the Wall Street Journal. Ken Okuyama, Tokyo, Japan, CEO of Ken Okuyama Design. Robin Page, Crewe, England, Director of Design for Bentley Motors. Marek Reichman, Gaydon, England, Executive Vice President and Chief Creative Officer, Aston Martin Lagonda. Frank Saucedo, Costa Mesa, California, Chief Operations Officer, Myers-Manx. Mike Sayer, Crewe, England, Head of Product Communications for Bentley Motors and custodian of the Bentley Heritage Collection. Lynn St. James, Phoenix, Arizona, racing great and co-founder of Women in Motorsports North America. Freeman Thomas, Newport Beach, California, Vice Chairman, Myers-Manx. Andreas Thurner, Los Angeles, California, founder and CEO of Thurner Design. Franz von Holzenhausen, Los Angeles, California, Chief Designer for Tesla. Todd Willing, Franklin, Michigan, Global Design Director, Ford Motor Company. Stefan Winkelmann, Sant'Agata Bolognese, Italy, Chairman and CEO, Automobili Lamborghini. David Woodhouse, La Jolla, California, Vice President, Nissan Design America. Okay. Kazunori Yamamuchi, Tokyo, Japan, President, Polyphony Digital. And our final honorary judge is Jay Ward, Ordina, California, Creative Director of Franchise at Pixar Animation Studios. A final round of applause for our 2024 honorary judges. The Pebble Beach Concours thanks you, as always, for your contributions both to this event and the greater automotive community. Well, next up, we have the annual Parade of Elegance. Now, this year's Parade of Elegance will include 2 of the 3 classes that we have on the show field, celebrating the 125th anniversary of Packard. The cars about to head over the ramp are a quintessential representation of early American luxury vehicles. The first 5 Packards that you're going to see are the iconic 734 Speedsters. Now, this line of limited production Speedsters boasted Packard's largest engine on its shortest chassis. Modified for speed whilst maintaining the continuity of line that's symbolic of a traditional Packard is what really sets these 734s apart in the early 1930s. The Speedsters are then going to be followed by 8 Packards bodied by 6 different coach builders. This class of open Packards showcases the breadth of body styles that were built on this formidable chassis between 1930 and 1940. Before Packard was known for its elegant coachwork, the mechanical sophistication of the marque was proven through multiple driving campaigns from San Francisco to New York. And examples of these earlier models can also be found on the show field in the pre-twin 6 class. However, what Packard accomplished with the straight 8 and V12s in the 1930s and what I'm sure is going to be exemplified in the parade of elegance to come, is the pinnacle of American mechanics and design. This era of Packard boasts a refined coachwork held to the same standard of excellence that driving experience was also known for. It is no wonder that these cars stunned onlookers with their quiet elegance, and that they are still able to do so almost 100 years later. So let's kick off the parade of elegance with the first of our 734 Speedsters, headed this way now.
And our first Packard today is a 1930 Packard 734 Speedster 8 Runabout, owned by Joni and Scott Creans of Saratoga, California. The Runabout was described by Packard as a graceful, streamlined torpedo design. These Speedsters with their powerful Packard 8 engines were a one-year-only production model, built for those who love a swift car on the open road. Thank you, Joni and Scott, for bringing the car today. Our second Packard today is a 1930 Packard 734 Speedster 8 Phaeton, owned by Don and Glenda Sears of Tiburon, California. Only 113 Speedsters out of the 734 cars built have 5 different body styles. This Speedster was dressed in 4-passenger Fiat coachwork featuring the upgraded, highly refined Packard 8 engine with a top speed of over 100 miles an hour. Okay. The next Packard Speedster is a Speedster 8 sedan owned by the Classic Car Club Museum of Hickory Corners in Michigan. The 1930 734 Speedster coupled Packard's big Packard 8 engine with a 134.5-inch chassis for an enlarged and refined reincarnation of its initial Speedster offering. Next we have a 1930 Packard 734 Speedster 8 Victoria Coupe. The Nethercutt collection of Helen and Jack Nethercutt, Sylmar, California. The Packard 734 brochure describes the Victoria Coupe as built for those who prefer a fast car in a practical, close-coupled, enclosed design. The style offered luxurious comfort for 4 passengers while retaining all the sporting design and mechanical features of the 734 line. Our fifth Packard today is a 734 Speedster 8 Roadster, owned by the Keller Collection at the Pyramids in Petaluma, California. My goodness, that's a 6-seater. The Packard Speedster was the brainchild of Colonel Jesse Vincent, Vice President of Engineering of Packard. Whereas the Runabout model offered seating for 2, the new Speedster Roadster could seat 4 with the addition of a rumble seat. Our sixth Packard today is a 745 Deluxe 8 Le Tourneur et Machade Convertible Victoria, owned by Steve and Michelle Snyder from Orange, California. Built on Packard's longest wheelbase, 145 inches, this convertible Victoria was created by French coach builder Le Tourneur et Machade. Purchased new by an Argentinian enthusiast in Paris, the car remained in France until 1945, when it emigrated to Argentina. The Snyder family found it in South America in 1967 and returned it to the USA. Our 7th Parade of Elegance car is a 1931 Packard 840 Deluxe 8 Waterhouse Convertible Victoria, owned by Rob and Jeannie Hellevides of Visalia, California. Can we bring up the next car, please? The coach builder, Waterhouse, created bodies of many luxury brand chassis from 1928 until 1933. The Victoria body style was very popular in the day because the rear passengers could not be viewed by pedestrians. This is one of 2 Packard 840 Waterhouse convertible Victorias. Our 8th Parade of Elegance car is a 1933. Whoa, stop. With no brakes. This is a 1006 Custom 12 Dietrich convertible Victoria, owned by the Singleton Collection in Newport Beach, California. The convertible Victoria is an example of Ray Dietrich's celebrated V windshield on an individual custom line offered by Packard from 1932 through 1934. This is possibly the only known Dietrich body style to exist today. Thank you for bringing it today. And to brighten up this sunny day, we have Harry Yagi from Cincinnati, Ohio, in his 1934 Packard 1106-12 LeBaron Runabout. What a striking color that is. This is one of 4 speedsters bodied by Packard, but bodied for Packard by LeBaron on the short 135-inch wheelbase and graced with handsome boat-tail rear deck styling. Only 960 Packard 12s were built in 1934, a year when Packard's total output was 6,552 cars. It was the most expensive Packard at the time, costing $7,746. And now we have a 1934 Packard 1108 12 Dietrich convertible sedan, owned by the JVS Collection, Jack Boyd Smith Jr. of Elkhart, Indiana. This Packard represents the final year of Dietrich individual custom bodies and features the famed V windshield. The 407 was mated with a 147-inch wheelbase, powered by a 445 cubic inch V12 engine. Thanks, Jack, for bringing the car today. Our 11th car today is the 1934 Packard 1108 12 LeBaron Sport Phaeton, again owned by Harry Yagi from Cincinnati, Ohio. This Sport Phaeton is the sister car to the Runabout Speedster, but the 1108 specification was built on Packard's longest chassis, which was a 147-inch wheelbase. Unique pontoon-style fenders with full rear skirts and a fully disappearing top help to enhance the ultra-sophisticated appearance of this beautiful Packard 1108. And coming on stage now is a 1939 Packard 1708-12 Durham Sport Phaeton, owned by the William Lyon family in Newport Beach, California. And there's Bill at the wheel. Only 446 Packard 12s were constructed in 1939, the final year of production of the celebrated Packard 12. Titled the 1708 as a member of the 17th series, this Packard was built on the long 139-inch wheelbase and housed a 473 cubic inch V12 engine. Thanks for bringing it today, Bill. And now our last car in the Parade of Elegance. is a 1940 Packard 1806 Custom Super 8 Darren convertible Victoria owned by the Sport Clips Collection in Georgetown, Texas. You can see the difference in styling from 1939 to 1940, the last year that they were producing cars before the war. Recognized for the Darren Dip, a scoop on the front doors, these motor cars were treasured by the Hollywood elite. This car was sold to the MGM studios and appeared in several movies, including Blowing Wild with Gary Cooper and Barbara Stanwyck in 1953. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for the Parade of Elegance. Get on with it.
Well, what a wonderful parade of elegance that was. It is now time to start the awards show. We're going to start by inviting to the ramp the first, second, and third place winners in each class. Those awarded first in class are then going to advance to the winner's circle, where they're going to line up against their competition for the best in show. It is in the winner's circle that the ballot-wielding judges will further examine the contestants before submitting their vote for today's ultimate title. It's important to remember, though, that whether or not your car wins a class award, it is still eligible for the 20 special awards and the 4 elegance awards that are presented after today's charity drawing. So, entrants, please stay near your car throughout the duration of your show. But do not let that stop you from sending a friend to buy some tickets for the chance to win one of the 4 fabulous cars that are donated to the 2024 charity drawing. Tickets are being sold today at the charity tents that are on the show field until 3 p.m. And each ticket is only $100, and all the proceeds go directly to the charity of your choice. We're going to be unveiling the winners right here after the class awards, but we would like to thank Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Ford, and Infiniti for their huge generosity in donating these brand new cars. They're all on display where the tickets are being sold, down near the charity drawing tents on the show field. Now, help me welcome our first announcer of the 2024 Class Awards, Martin Button.
Thank you, Amanda. Class A1 is antique. Often terms like antique and vintage and classic are used rather generically and interchangeably to refer to something old that retains some value. But in the collector car world, these are those terms that has a distinct and very specific meaning. We reserve the term antique for those early and innovative cars that ushered in the automotive age, for those built in the late 1800s or early 1900s up to World War I. We honor these historic cars as the ancestors of all cars over time. And third in class is the 1909 Alco 40 horsepower runabout owned by Bruce McCaw from Redmond, Washington. Founded in 1901, the American Locomotive Company made massive steam trains. Alco began to build automobiles in 1905, and they were so well built that each took 19 months to complete and cost between $5,500 and $9,000 at the time. You could buy a Ford Model T for about $450. In 1909 and 1910, Alco won the Vanderbilt Cup and also competed in the inaugural Indianapolis 500 in 1911. This Alco resided at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum from 1961 until 2011. It's a dual chain drive to the rear wheels and is one of only 12 surviving Alcos. Thanks, Bruce, for sending the car today. Can you...
Slow down now. Green for go. Green for go.
And second in the antique class we have the 1906 Mercedes, 70 horsepower, Rothschild & Field triple Phaeton from the Keller Collection at the Pyramids in Petaluma, California. This is a triple Phaeton with 3 rows of seats. Obviously, they've filled them all. This Mercedes top model of the day was powered by a mighty 9-liter 4-cylinder engine. The body was crafted by Rothschild, the renowned Parisian coach builder. And today, we'd like to make a special presentation. Heading out to the ramp with a commemorative gift honoring Arturo Keller is my wife, Sandra. Many of you who are here today knew Arturo personally, as did I. He was quite a keen enthusiast, and he built a collection that has few, if any, equals. Arturo first attended the Pebble Beach Concours in 1979, and he first competed in the event in 1983 with a 1936 Hispano Suiza, garnering second in class. In each and every ensuing year, he has shown cars on our competition field, and once in 2021, he showed 10 cars at the same time. Recently, he became a member of our Club 100, consisting of those few entrants that have shown over 100 cars on our show field. Arturo is only one of 3 entrants to accomplish that goal. Over the years, he has shown 108 cars at Pebble Beach, earning over 80 different awards. We miss you, Arturo. You are a great collector. That was second in class. Let's go to the first in class. Please bring up the 1916 Pierce Arrow 48 B4 Vestibule Suburban owned by Bradley and Andrew Green of Portola Valley, California. In 1916, Pierce Arrow began to produce the 4th series, the Model 48, powered by a 524 cubic inch 6-cylinder engine. It was offered in several different body styles, including this 7-seater Vestibule Suburban, which with its arched roofline over the doors. This body gave passengers the impression of entering a majestic home. It is thought that just 2 were ever built and offered for the exorbitant price of $6,200 in 1916. Thank you, Bradley and Andrew Green, for bringing this fabulous Packard today. First in class, antiques. A2 Packard Early Pre-Twin 6. Packard produced its first car in 1899. So the marque celebrates its 125th anniversary this year, and we are celebrating Packard with 3 very special classes. This class honors the pioneering Packards, from the single-cylinder horseless carriages to the era of the dominant 6 that set forth the standards for reliability, style, and all of the other Packard hallmarks. So please send up the third in class, a 1907 Packard 30 Runabout owned by Steve Adler from New Vernon, New Jersey. This car came with double horns, one for the passenger and another for the driver, and opulent brass lights and fixtures. The example was delivered new to its first owner in Massachusetts and acquired in 1940 by Rod Blood, becoming a favorite among his more than 30 Packards. It remained in the Northeast its entire life. Now over 117 years old, this Packard 30 is a classic representative of the brass era. Thank you for bringing it today, Steve. Second in class is the 1903 Packard Model F rear entrance tonneau, owned by Joe and Janice Conzione of San Marino, California. In 1903, a Packard Model F, nicknamed Old Pacific, drove from San Francisco to New York in 61 days at a top speed of 30 miles an hour. The car carried enough gasoline for 200 miles, enough oil for 2 days, and enough water for 4 weeks. The 184 cubic inch 12 horsepower engine comprised of a single monumental cylinder with a 3-speed transmission. Thanks, Joe and Janice, for bringing the car today. I couldn't imagine driving that car from New York to San Francisco in 61 days in 1903. What an amazing achievement. And first in class for the Packard early is the 1914 Packard 448, 7-passenger touring, owned by Ross and Beth Myers from Boyertown, Pennsylvania. In 1914, the Packard 448 was one of the largest motor cars available on the market. Rolling on a huge 144-inch wheelbase, the 7-passenger was powered by the Packard Dominant 6 engine, 525 cubic inches and 6 cylinders, launched in 1912. Packard touted this car as being the greatest piece of machinery that ever went upon the highways. I think they were probably right in 1914. And our next class is the American Classic Open. While furniture and clothing styles that survive past 20 years are often labeled classics, along with some of the popular beverages we drink, we reserve the term classic for cars built amidst what is often considered the golden era of the automobile, that era when coach building was at its peak and the latest one-off custom creations competed in early concours on the Bois de Boulogne and throughout Europe. In this period, from 1920s to 1940s, people with means often purchased a car's chassis from one company and they set it off to be bodied by their favorite coach builder. This year we have divided our American classics into open and closed, and here we focus on the open close. Please stand up. Third in place, American Classic Open, the 1931 Stutz DV32 LeBaron Speedster, owned by Larry Carter from Los Gatos, California. Bring it up, Larry. While Cadillac and Marmon were building big V16 engines, Stutz took the road less traveled. Stutz had an impressive race history and knew how to create lightweight, powerful race cars. Stutz had an impressive race history, and in 1931, the company developed the 8-cylinder engine to produce 161 horsepower, while Cadillac boasted 165 horsepower with twice the number of cylinders. Only 310 Stutz cars were built in 1931, and this Speedster is a very rare surviving DV32. Second in class, we have the 1937 Cord 812 Phaeton, owned by Donald and Paula Beck of Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Cord 812 Phaeton was minimalist, devoid of all ostentatious adornments. Constructed by the Central Manufacturing Company in Indiana, this car is one of 1,146 models of the 812 built. The Cord 812 ran on a V8 engine with front-wheel drive and a pre-selector shift control mounted on the steering column. It was a very pioneering car mechanically, and it made an outstanding automobile, nimble and fun to drive. Thank you, Donald and Paula, all the way from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And first in class for the American Classic Open is a 1933 Chrysler CL Imperial Custom LeBaron Phaeton, owned by the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, California. The Chrysler Imperial, introduced in 1930, featured a 384 cubic inch straight 8 engine on a 145-inch wheelbase. The CL Imperial Custom Phaeton was designed by Ralph Roberts of LeBaron, who inspired it by a model he saw in a 1931 Paris Auto Salon. The Imperial was a favorite, much admired by his neighbor, Richard Stevens, the patriarch of the Academy of Art University, who was instrumental in building this collection. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Elisa. Congratulations. The second of our two classes of American Classics, and this one focuses on the closed cars. And third in class is a 1937 Chrysler Imperial C15 LeBaron Town Car, owned by Howard and Ross Kroplik of East Hills, New York. This car is known as Chrysler, a special order custom built by LeBaron for Walter P. Chrysler himself as a gift for his wife, Della. Possibly the first automobile with spring-loaded power-assisted rear windows and door locks, it weighs 6,300 pounds and is 19 feet long. The interior is a study in Art Deco. You should see it. It's absolutely beautiful. Second in class, we have a 1934 Nash, 1297 Ambassador 8 Chrome. The Ambassador 8 1297 was Nash's most prized model. In 1934, Nash introduced the new design, the aesthetic called the Speed Stream. Russian Count Alexis de Sakhanovsky, something like that, famed designer of the urban speedster, built the Ambassador on the largest chassis Nash offered and embellished it with fantastic detail throughout. The Ambassador remained with its first owner in Chicago until 1991. Thank you, Nicola Bulgari from the Nicola Bulgari Center, I forgot to say that, in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And first in class, we have the Packard 1108 12 Dietrich Sports Sedan from the Lerman collection in Palm Beach, Florida. What an elegant car. The Dietrich Style 4182 was Packard's entry into the 1933 Chicago Century of Progress exhibition and is now referred to as the car of the dome. Dietrich bodied Packards retailed an astonishing $7,000, almost double that of a standard Packard 12. The limited production sports sedan was powered by a 445 cubic inch V12 engine atop of a 147 inch wheelbase with power assisted brakes. This is one of only 3 known examples to survive. Thank you, Sam, for bringing this gorgeous car from Palm Beach, Florida. Our next class, ladies and gentlemen, is the Packard 125th Anniversary Open Custom Coachwork class. Packard has garnered 4 Best of Show wins here at Pebble Beach, more than any other American marque apart from Duesenberg. And many of those wins went to classic Packards with open coachwork, such as the cars in this very special class. And here we have the 3rd in class Packard 1006 Custom 12 Dietrich Convertible Victoria, owned by the Singleton Collection in Newport Beach, California. This Packard convertible is an example of Ray Dietrich's celebrated V windshield on an individual custom line offered by Packard from 1932 through 1934. This is possibly the only known Dietrich body style of this type to survive. Powered by a 445 cubic inch V12 engine, this car features harmonic dampeners and mounted on the front bumper to provide a ride that was both quiet and smooth. Thank you to the Singleton Collection for bringing the car today. Second in class is Harry Yagi with a 1934 Packard 110612 LeBaron Runabout. This is one of 4 speedsters bodied by Packard, but bodied for Packard by LeBaron on a shorter 135-inch wheelbase and graced with some handsome boat-tail rear deck styling. The ultimate peppy conveyance for 2 passengers was powered by a massive 445 cubic inch V12 engine. The LeBaron body style was described by Packard as a graceful, streamlined torpedo design, and to differentiate it from his competitors' boat tails. At $7,746 new, this Packard was the most expensive offering. And Harry Yeager's second car came first, the 1934 Packard 1108 12 LeBaron Sport Phaeton. This Sport Phaeton is the sister car to the Runabout Speedster that you just saw take second in class, but the 1108 specification was built on Packard's longest chassis with a 147-inch wheelbase, 12 feet 3 inches. Wow. Unique pontoon-style fenders with full full rear wheel skirts and a fully disappearing top help to enhance the ultra sophisticated appearance of this beautiful car. Congratulations, Harry, on first and second in this Packard anniversary class. Our next class, ladies and gentlemen, is Duesenberg. Duesenberg, which existed for less than 2 decades, from 1920 to 1937, is the winningest American mark at Pebble Beach, with a total of 7 best of shows. The mighty Model J and the supercharged SJ have borne a wide variety of coach-built creations, from more formal Victoria coupes to more sporting dual-cowl Phaetons, torpedo sedans, and even land speed winning speedsters. And third in class today is the Duesenberg of Anne Brockington Lee of the Lee Collection in Sparks, Nevada, with her 1935 Duesenberg J. Walker torpedo Phaeton, designed by designer Gordon Burrick, who created the torpedo Phaeton. And there's Anne with her beautiful hat, as always. 5 were built, and this is one of only 2 with the body by Walker. The rounded rear deck features a hinge compartment that hides the disappearing top entirely. What a beautiful car, Anne. Thank you for bringing it from Sparks, Nevada. Second in class is the 1932 Duesenberg J. Ralston Victoria Coupe, owned by Don Garib of Vestavia Hills, Alabama. In European parlance, this car might have been called a faux cabriolet, as the padded top is designed to have the look of an open car, but in fact it does not go down. The result is an exceptionally handsome closed 4-passenger Victoria with a quarter window to give rear passengers a greater outward visibility. This Duesenberg was bodied in New York by the coach building firm of Ralston and Company. It has a known ownership from new. Thank you, Don, for bringing the car today. It looks fabulous. I love the green. And the winner of our Duesenberg class today is the 1933 Duesenberg S.J. Le Grand Phaeton, owned by Thomas Mowley of Whippany, New Jersey. What a stylish car this is. This Duesenberg was built from a factory with a supercharger, hence the nomenclature SJ. The supercharger augmented the horsepower from the standard and already mighty 265 horsepower to an astonishing 320 horsepower. This Model J was built on a 153-inch wheelbase and is graced with the Legrand Phaeton body with quadruple exhaust pipes. You can't see them, but they're on this side. What a great looking car, Thomas, and congratulations, first in class, Duesenberg. Class H is the Rolls-Royce pre-war. Rolls-Royce was the first marque to get an ongoing class at the Pebble Beach Concours, and is often in our early years of motor cars filled 2 or even 3 classes well before any other marque was featured. Consequently, Rolls-Royce is the marque that has been most shown here. The term pre-war refers to those cars made before World War II. And third in class is a 1925 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost Oxford Touring, owned by Heather and Harry Clark of Paradise Valley, Arizona. Built towards the end of the Silver Ghost production era in Springfield, Massachusetts, this left-hand drive edition was dressed by Merrimack, the Rolls-Royce custom coachwork company. It wears its original Oxford touring body, a very simple but elegant 4-door design. It was first owned in 1926 by Mrs. Nellie Cluett of Troy, New York. Congratulations, Harry. What a beautiful late model Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. And after that, we get second in class with the 1927 Rolls-Royce Phantom 1 Piccadilly Roadster, owned by Kendall Rossemeyer of Prescott, Arizona. This Phantom 1 was constructed in Springfield, Massachusetts, embodied by Merrimack, the Rolls-Royce Custom Coachworks. Whereas the English-bodied Phantoms favored traditional chauffeur-driven styling, American cars were often sportier and designed for the owner-driver. This is evidenced by the smart and highly popular Piccadilly Roadster body. This Phaeton was delivered to Colonel Joseph Samuels, founder of the Outlet Company, a large New England department store chain. And first in class, Rolls-Royce pre-war is a 1938 Rolls-Royce Phantom 3 James Young Coupe, owned by Stephen Brower and Kimmy Brower of St. Louis, Missouri. What a stunningly elegant car. These were the only V12 engine cars that Rolls-Royce ever made. A superstar of the Phantom series, this Phantom 3 is the first of two created with a specific design by English coach builder James Young. They are very... Kimmy, can you open your door there? Let everybody see how the door opens. Oh, you got it open? There you go. These parallel door cars were very rare. The unique design also includes an electric double sunroof. Sorry about the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but I had to be rewired. I've now been rewired, and we will start with a class description for the Mercedes-Benz pre-war. When Jim Patterson's 1937 540K Special Roadster took our top award this past year, Mercedes-Benz became the winningest mark at the Pebble Beach Concours, with a total of 10 Best of Show titles, besting Bugatti, which had topped the leaderboard since the 1960s. Within the mark winners are evenly split between cars from the S, SS, and SSK series and the model 500 and 540K. And our third in class is a 1935 Mercedes-Benz 500 540K Cabriolet owned by John Groendyke of Enid, Oklahoma. This 500K ran the Deutschlandfahrt 2,000-kilometer endurance challenge as one of 6 Daimler-Benz entries in 1934. It was sold in 1935 in Berlin and upgraded to a 540K specification, and then purchased by Standard Oil heiress Millicent Rogers. Thank you, John, for bringing the great car all the way from Enid, Oklahoma. Second in class, please bring up the 1936 Mercedes-Benz 540K Special Roadster, owned by William Parfait of Hickory Corners, Michigan. What a beautiful car, Bill. Stunning. It's been repainted in its original brown color. When Bill bought the car, it was red, and they took the car color down and they found yellow underneath, and then I think the third color they found was the brown, and they've repainted it in the original color. It was originally finished in an early color called fish and bronze. This effect used ground fish scales in the paint. It's now restored to its original colors and is a stunning, stunning car.
We got a car stalled. Got her.
Okay, they've got it started, and the winner of the Mercedes pre-war class is a 1928 Mercedes-Benz 710 SSK Corsica drophead, owned by William Chip Connor from Hong Kong. Hey, Chip. The brakes work. That's great. Although ordered by Tom Scrap Thistlethwaite, a renowned SS racer, this 710 SSK was actually delivered to millionaire eccentric captain J.E.P. Howie. It was driven in the 1930 Monte Carlo Rally, for which it wore a rudimentary two-seater race body. It was acquired with this touring coachwork by Corsica and remains one of only two authentic 710 SSK automobiles to be graced with custom coachwork. Thank you so much, Chip, for bringing this car today. It looks like it's sitting over the rear axle there. Our next class today is the European Classic Touring Early. Historically, the competition has often been most fierce among our European classics, which include a wide variety of marques from Bentley, Jaguar, Lagonda in the UK, Delage, Delahaye, Hispano-Suiza, and Peugeot in France, and Alfa Romeo and Lancia in Italy. This year we have divided our European classics into classes for touring and sports cars, and we have further divided our touring classes by date. So, European Classic Touring Early, third in class, is the 1932 Raw 8 Type F Streamliner, a very rare car. Try and find another one. Raw was a German automaker which was debuted with its first car in 1928. In 1932, the F-Type was launched with an 8-cylinder, 3.3-litre engine, and all the mechanical components, including the independent suspension, were designed by Ferdinand Porsche. This rear F8 has aluminum coachwork with integrated bumpers, deep bed chassis, a multifunction steering wheel, beer lacquered dashboard, and high quality interior. I wouldn't even get a DUI for having a beer lacquered dashboard. I've never heard of such a thing. Second in class, a 1934 Hispano-Suiza J12 Van Vuren Cabriolet, owned by the Honorable Sir Michael Kadori from Hong Kong. Introduced to the 1931 Paris Auto Show, the Hispano-Suiza J12 was powered by a 9.4-litre V12 all-aluminum engine. It was offered only on a rolling chassis and was extremely expensive. Approximately 120 were built between 1931 and 1938, when the company returned to aircraft production. Thank you, Sir Michael, for bringing this car today from Hong Kong. And the winner of the European Classic Touring Early is the 1923 Hispano-Suiza H6B Fernandez and Darren Cabriolet, owned by none other than Sam and Emily Mann, who have also been Best of Show winners here at Pebble Beach. The Hispano-Suiza company was founded in 1904 and launched its H6 series in 1919 at the Paris Auto Show. In June of 1923, Albert Vino purchased this H6B, and almost a decade later it was fitted with a different new cabriolet body by Fernandez and Darren of Paris. In the 1950s it was discovered in a derelict condition in a salvage yard, and it was not until the late 1980s that Jan Bruin of Holland began a restoration. Beautifully restored today by Sam and Emily Mann is the 1923 Hispano-Suiza. First in class. Following the early European Classic Touring class, we have the late European Classic Touring class. A touring car is one designed for comfort on a longer journey. They not always, but very often, seat 4 passengers or more and have ample room for luggage. Such cars are not to be confused with cars bodied by famed coach builders of Carizotti Touring in Italy, although Touring did sometimes build touring cars. Third in class, please send up the 1939 Lagonda V12 Drophead Coupe owned by Nishant Dosa of Mumbai, India. This car recently won Best in Show at the Honorary Concours in Udaipur. The Lagonda has a V12 engine, and the chassis was designed by W.O. Bentley. 2 V12 race cars were entered in the 1939 Le Mans and finished 3rd and 4th overall. In 1939, it was delivered to James Kimberley, heir to the Kleenex empire and a successful racing driver. The car stayed in the USA until 2019, when it was acquired by its current owner, Nishan Dosa, and it was restored in the UK, preserving all the original materials wherever possible. And right behind it, we have second in class, the 1938 Bugatti Type 57 Gangloff Aravis, owned by Gwen and Tom Price of Belvedere, California, and there's Tom driving it. Hey, Tom. This Type 57 was introduced in 1934. It was Bugatti's most successful road car. It featured a 3.3-liter engine. The C stands for compressor, indicating that the engine is supercharged. This is the only Aravis with rear opening doors and one of only 2 originally supercharged. Happily, both Resistance Fighter and his Bugatti survived the war. Chauvinot became a leading resistance coordinator during World War II, but he was eventually exposed and captured. The Bugatti eventually came to America under the care of Oscar Davis and was restored to its original configuration. And our winner for the European Classic Touring Late is a 1938 Delage D8 120 Le Tournée et Machin Eurosport, owned by Dana and Patty Meekum of Geneva Lake, Wisconsin. Delage was a well-established manufacturer of quality prior to its acquisition by Delahaye in 1935. The D8 120 was the top-of-the-line model, melding a Delahaye chassis and the Delage 8-cylinder engine. This car was ordered in 1938 by a French aviator who was requisitioned during the German occupation of France and sent to Denmark. In 1945, the Danish government sold the car to the national resistance hero Jens Lillon. The car has been in the USA since 2013 and has undergone an extensive restoration. Congratulations, Dana and Patty Meekum. European Sport Classic. A sport car often has a dual nature. It is a car built for the road, but one that can also be raced, or vice versa. Although early motorists often did race their cars, this first real sports car came into being in the early 1920s and 1930s, and they grew rapidly in popularity over time. A sport car is often thought of as a driver's car. It is for people who like to be behind the wheel. And third in class for our European Classic Sport is a 1936 Delahaye 135 Figonian Falaschi Coupe, owned by David F. D'Addorio and family of Jupiter Island, Florida. Delahaye unveiled its Model 135 at the Paris Auto Salon in 1935, and this coupe was ordered from Figoni and Falaschi on a short racing chassis the following year. This is one of only 6 built, and in 1936, and it features the unique double louvers and a rear painted fin. In 2000, it was restored by French restorer and to re-establish the car's provenance. Thank you for bringing it today, David. What a stunning little car. Second in class, we have the 1926 Bentley 3-liter Super Sport Serpico Tourer, owned by the Miles Collier Collection at the Revs Institute in Naples, Florida. This Super Sport is one of just 18 examples built by W.O. Bentley and one of 10 survivors. It has a 108-inch wheelbase, 9 inches shorter than the standard 3-liter car. This 3-liter was the company display car, a standard bearer that came with the promise that these automobiles could attain 100 miles an hour in the day. Thanks, Miles, for bringing it. It looks fabulous. Second in class. And the winner of the European Classic Sports class is a 1933 Bugatti Type 55 Roadster owned by Robert Bishop of Palm Beach, Florida. Hey, Bob. This Type 55 Roadster is essentially a competition Bugatti, but with Jean Bugatti's elegant road-going coachwork. This Type 55 is one of just 13 Roadsters built, 5 retaining their original coachwork like this one, and mechanicals. In 2018, it ran the Salon Privé Rally at almost 100 miles an hour with throttle to spare. Congratulations, Bob, first in class with the Type 55 Roadster. Class L1 is pre-war preservation. Given the impetus to innovate and improve on creations, many early cars were lost. Over time, as cars became collectibles, the initial focus was on restoring cars to as-new condition. But recent decades have witnessed a growing appreciation for cars that bear witness to history. Our preservation classes, which date to 2001, have historically covered a wide range of unrestored cars, from untouched barn finds to cars that have lovingly been cared for over the years. In more recent years, we have increasingly focused on the latter, since long-term preservation requires not neglect, but care. And third in class for the pre-war preservation is a 1928 Aston Martin sports model Felton Flyer Bertelli 2-seater, owned by Paul and Deirdre Lee of Studio City, California. Here it comes. This 1928 Aston Martin is known as the Felton Flyer for its coach builder, Bertelli of Felton, England. A very, very petite car. Only 6 sport models were built, 2 with both 2-seaters, and this is believed to be the oldest unrestored Aston Martin in existence. After racing successfully, the Felton Flyer was stored in a barn in England for 50 years. When it was discovered in 2019, it was shortlisted for the Historic Motoring Awards Car of the Year and displayed at the Corporate Museum. The Pre-War Preservation Award is being sponsored by Maguire's, and it was presented by Barry Maguire. I'm sure we'll see him again. Second in class is the 1938 Mercedes-Benz 770 Pullman limousine, owned by the VA collection of Battenberg, Germany. Martin, congratulations. What an amazing car. This car has got bulletproof glass. It was first exposed at the Berlin Motor Show in 1931. Oh, the 770 was first exposed with a big 7.6-liter 8-cylinder engine. It could reach speeds of 100 miles an hour. The car weighs a little over 4 tons. It was favored by Emperor Hirohito, Franco of Spain, Mussolini of Italy, and other top German officials. This example was purchased by the President's Office of Portugal and following an assassination attempt on the Prime Minister of Salazar. Hence the bulletproof glass. A stunning car, original paint, original tires, ladies and gentlemen, with original air in them.
Not the original air.
The original air, it's true. And I might have known, it's our good friend Fritz Burkhardt with the Pearl Collection and his 1934 Bugatti Type 59 Sports. Fritz, he just loves that car. I believe with 2 of his daughters in the car as well, right, Fritz? Yep. This Type 59 was the outright winner of the Belgian Grand Prix in 1934, and it took 3rd at the Monaco Grand Prix the very same year. Etoile Bugatti then sold 4 of his Type 59 factory races, but he kept this car, the first built, removing the supercharger and converting it to a sports car with a new body. King Leopold III of Belgium then acquired the Bugatti and he redressed it in black. It is completely original with it's the only remaining original Type 59 Sports existing, owned by the Burkhardt collection from Switzerland. Came all the way from Switzerland. And post-war preservation, Class L2, back in 2007, that we split our preservation classes into 2. Excuse me, offering 1 class for pre-war cars and 1 for post-war cars. We did so because we wanted to stress the importance of keeping the complete history of a car intact whenever possible. And third in class is a 1962 Land Rover Series 2 109 Special Station Wagon owned by Anne Brockington-Lee of Spots, Nevada. In 1962, Robert Lee met with Sir William Lyons in England to build the ultimate safari wagon. Lee specified a diesel engine with 3 fuel tanks for an 800-mile range and reinforcements for rough terrain. In Angola, more modifications were made, including special roof hatches, here shown with the leopards poking their heads out, and a special winch system with interior gun racks. From 1962 through 1965, Robert Lee explored Angola, Mozambique, South Africa, and Namibia in this one-off safari wagon. The Rover has remained in the Lee collection ever since. It's unrestored, and it's a unique repository of the Lee's African adventures. Second in class is the 1967 Lamborghini Miura P400 Coupe, owned by Nicholas and Shelley Schorsch of the Audrain collection in Newport, Rhode Island. The Miura was named for a famous Spanish fighting bull, and when released in 1966, it was the fastest production car on the road in the world. The Miura was the first car to have a rear mid-engine 2-seat configuration, now standard for all high-performance sports cars. Designed by Marcello Gardini, it featured a 4-liter V12 mated to a 5-speed transmission. This Miura is one of 2 built with a cloth interior from the factory. It is, to the best of my knowledge, the only supercar with a transverse V12 engine. Very clever design. And first in class, please welcome the 1965 Serenissima 308V Fantuzzi Spider, owned by Tom McGough Sr. and Tom McGough Jr. of Shoreview, Minnesota. Count Volpi of Venice founded Scuderia Serenissima in 1961 and was Ferrari's most prolific client. Volpi enlisted the expertise of Alberto Massimino to build a prototype and compete at Le Mans. The resultant car, graced with the bodywork by Fantuzzi, was one of 2 Spiders built, this being the only survivor. The car ran in the Le Mans in 1966, but unfortunately did not finish. Consequently, it was stored and preserved at Volpi's castle in Venice until 2020. Thank you, Tom and Tom, for bringing this car today, first in class, the 1965 Serenissima 308V Fantuzzi Spider. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hand the microphone over to my colleague, Nick Waller, who will announce the rest of the classes. Thank you very much for your time.
Martin, thank you very much. It's been great to listen to you, and it's great to be back here once more. So we're going to move to Class M1 for the early Ferraris. And longtime co-chairman Lauren Tryon and Jules J. Human introduced an ongoing class for Ferrari in 1973 when the marque was just only 35 years old. Had a fervent following among collectors, and Ferraris now often fill 2 or more classes on our show field. After Rolls-Royce, in fact, Ferrari's most shown marque here at Pebble Beach. And this year, we've divided our classes by date, splitting it after 1955, where there was really a sort of natural break. So, in third place in Class M1 is the 1951 Ferrari 212 Export Vignale Cabriolet, owned by Michael and Jillian Weisberg of Los Angeles in California. Congratulations. This 212 Export, the 212 Export, is one of 27 built by Ferrari and only one of 2 completed by the coach builder Vignale in the Cabriolet that you see here. It was first owned, oh dear, I shouldn't have done this. It was first owned by Count Sanseverino, I think I got that right, of Naples in Italy. And in 1961, it was acquired by the Ferrari specialist David Clark in England, who kept it for about 40 years. He passed on, and it was purchased by our friend Sam Mann in New Jersey. This car's got several unique features, and all of them being faithfully preserved. Congratulations, Michael and Jillian Weisberg. In second place, it's the 1952 Ferrari 212 Inter Ghia Coupe Speciale, owned by Dennis and Susan Garrity of De Pere. Whoops. Dennis, find the brake pedal. Find reverse. Oh, my goodness. A drama today, ladies and gentlemen. Dennis and Susan Garrity from De Pere, Wisconsin. Ghia bodied 34 Ferraris in all, and this is the only one graced with the Coupe Speciale coachwork. Dennis, you're eager to get away. Thank you so much for bringing the car, and congratulations for your second-in-class award. Well, first in class goes to the 1954 Ferrari 375 MM Ghia Coupe, owned by Tom and Jill Peck of Irvine, California. The 375 Millimilia MM was bred for the racetrack, but designed as a special road car, a kind of wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will. And this is the last of the 36 cars bodied by Ghia, and one of 13 Berlinettas produced with the huge 340 horsepower, 4.5-liter Lampredi engine. And doesn't that sound good? Congratulations to Tom and Jill Peck.
The dog's talking.
Our second Ferrari class is the group of cars that were built from 1958 through to 1973. And in third place is the 1959 Ferrari 410 Super America Pininfarina Coupe, owned by Sam Lombardo of Vero Beach in Florida. This Ferrari was the 26th Super America Ferrari built, and one of, I believe that Ferrari brake pedals are hard to find. What do you think, Martin?
I don't think they have one.
This is one of just 12 Series 3 examples. There we go. Perfect. Perfectly positioned. The later series cars were built on the shorter chassis than their earlier cars, with a slightly modified engine, and most notably with the spark plugs relocated to the outside walls of the head, which you can't quite see from here. Congratulations to Sam Lombardo. In second place, it's the 1958 Ferrari 250 GT Pininfarina Cabriolet Series 1, owned by Jerry Roll, Los Ranchos in New Mexico. And this is one of 40 of the first series Pininfarina Cabriolets built. Each one of these were really slightly different. And this Ferrari debuted at the 1958 Geneva Auto Salon and was purchased by the Italian singer Giuseppe Di Stefano, and passed to Count Zitavali of Milan the following year. At the heart of all the Ferraris and the GTs was the Colombo-designed V12, the 3-litre, 240 brake horsepower engine, mated to the 4-speed gearbox, and it made for a fabulous touring car. And what a gorgeous colour this one is. Great to see it here. Congratulations on your second in-class award. Well, in first place, in first in class, is the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO Scaglietti Coupe, owned by Tom Hartley Jr. of Swaddlingcote in good old United Kingdom. Congratulations, Tom, and thank you for bringing one of these most famous and rare Ferrari GTOs. It's great to see it here today. 39 of these cars were built between 1962 and 64. And really were built to contest the World Sports Car Championship, and they were hugely successful. They went so well. This was delivered to Tommy Sopwith's Equip Endeavour, always dressed and painted blue with the red interior. And this GTO raced at Goodwood and other tracks all over the world, taking first in class, racked up 5 victories with many lap records over the following year. Congratulations to Tom Hartley Jr. So we're going to move now to Class 01, the post-war sports racing class. The cars in this class are, as you can tell, sporting, but they were built specifically to be raced, often on winding circuits and road courses such as Le Mans and the Mille Miglia. They were built with lightweight coachwork, big, powerful engines, and the cars in this class were campaigned everywhere from France and Italy, the UK, the US, and Australia. And third in class is the 1960 Porsche 356B 1600 GS Carrera GTL Abarth Coupe. That's a long title. Owned by Jack and Kingsley Crowell of Corona del Mar in California. Porsche worked with Carlos Abarth to build a brand new car for the GT 2-litre racing class using the 356 chassis, and this was designed by Zagato. Wonderful car. Congratulations to Jack and Kingsley Crowell. Second in class is the 1956 Ferrari 8V Zagato Berlinetta, the 8V, owned by a private collector, I believe that's Jan de Roo there, in there, of Knock in Belgium. The Fiat 8V, the 8V, was one of the 114 built by Fiat between 1952 and 1954. This one was completed in May 1954. Congratulations. First in class, the 1955 Jaguar D-Type, owned by Mark Hadaway of Los Angeles, California. This Jaguar is one of 3 D-Types originally exported to Australia. It was purchased in British Racing Green by the Racing Consortium and successfully campaigned through 1959 with several first and second class finishes. Congratulations to Mark Hadaway of Los Angeles. Well, we're going to jump slightly ahead to Class 03, the post-war touring class. And as with the pre-war touring models, post-war touring cars were built to carry their passengers over long distances in comfort and style. And I think you'll see some comfortable and stylish cars coming up any minute now. Many of these cars in class starred in auto shows and competed in concours competitions in their day. They were the epitome of luxury on wheels. And third in the class is the 1947 Bentley Mark VI Figoni Falaschi Grand Touring Coupe, owned by John Shalhoub of Festus, Missouri. This post-war Bentley was ordered by Mr. J. Rodriguez in Paris, and it was delivered to the coachworks of Figoni and Falaschi for a Grand Touring Coupe body to be fitted. Most extraordinary Mark VI Bentley you'll see. Great lines, so stylish. A very different car to the hard-edged Mark VI with factory coachwork. Congratulations to John Shalhoub. In second place is the 1956 Mercedes-Benz 300 SC Cabriolet, owned by Todd Blue of Lapis in Malibu, California. The 300 SC is really considered by many to be the ultimate of the 300 series, a very comfortable touring car. It was introduced in 1955 and had the 300 SL engine with fuel injection, producing 175 horsepower. Amazingly fast for a comfortable touring car. Congratulations to Todd Blue on your second in-class award. So, first in class, my goodness me, goes to the 1948. Whoa, hello. We have some brakes. 1948 Talbot Lago T26 GS Sauchik Fastback Coupe, owned by the inimitable Robert Kudela of Kropini in the Czech Republic. This 1948 Talbot Lago was the absolute star of the Paris Auto Salon, and it's a real star here on the stage today. It was assigned to Sauchik for the coachwork and painted in these original mint green with brown accents. A beautiful car. Congratulations. Now we're going to move to the Maserati road car class, Class P1. Maserati really began in 1914 when they set up shop, initially prepping cars for Isotta Fraschini and Diato, and then they developed their own race cars, which is really what they always wanted to do. But it wasn't until 1948, under the management of the Orsi family, that Maserati started to produce non-racing sports cars and GT cars, and they are now at the heart of Maserati's focus. So, in third place, the 1965 Maserati Sebring II Vignale Coupe, owned by John Clark and Gail Peary of Berkeley, California. The Maserati Sebring was named for the racetrack where it was victorious. It raced at Sebring. It was based on the 3500 chassis with a slightly shortened, designed by Michelotti when he was at Vignale. And the Series 1 Sebring was the first production car to employ Lucas fuel injection system. Marvelous system. This is a Series 2 Sebring, and it's one of 247 built with the 4-liter engine. Congratulations. In second place, it's the 1972 Maserati Ghibli 4.9-liter SS Ghia Coupe, owned by Peter Wilde of Brookline in Massachusetts. The Ghibli was unveiled at the 1966 Turin Auto Show, and production began the following year. It was developed really to compete in the Grand Touring market alongside the Ferrari 275 GTB and the Lamborghini 400 GT. Congratulations to Peter Wilde. So, in first place, the 1955 Maserati A6G 54 2000 Zagato Spider. What a pretty little car, and what a gorgeous color it is. This is owned by Chris Shane of Manhattan Beach in California. This Maserati is the first of 21 Zagato-bodied Maserati A6G 54s, and they're only one to receive this very unique Spider coachwork. Beautiful. It was first exhibited at the 1955 Geneva Auto Salon and provisionally purchased by Juan Perón, the president of Argentina. Goodness. Perón was deposed and sadly never took delivery of the car. Well, you win some, you lose some. So, to P2, Class P2 for Maserati racing cars. The Maserati brothers produced their first race car in 1926, and the range and success of their competition models soon became legendary worldwide, with special acclaim from drivers and owners, as well as a huge respect from their arch rivals, such as Alfa Romeo and Ferrari. The marque really focused solely on race cars for 2 decades, and even after shifting towards sports cars in the late 1940s, it continued to build race cars until the early 1960s. Great cars they are. In third place, the 1957 Maserati 450S Spider, owned by Fast 12, oh what a noise, of Redmond, Washington. Juan Manuel Fangio nicknamed the 450S the Bazooka for its relentless acceleration, which I hope we might not see as it comes off the ramp, but we'll never know. This was Maserati's real prize fighter of a car, with the 4.5-litre V8 engine, 370 horsepower, and it was, in 1957, the fastest race car in the world. Congratulations on your third in-class award. In second place, the 1960 Maserati Tipo 61 birdcage from Thomas Mittler in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Famously, the Maserati birdcage was named for its unique frame, constructed of many, many tubes welded together in a lattice-like framework that was lightweight yet rigid and much like a birdcage. The 6061 was a series of 22 sports racing cars, manufactured specifically for Maserati's best-paying gentleman racers. Congratulations to Tom Mittler. And in first place, the 1956 Maserati 300S Fantuzzi Spider, owned by Robert Davis of New York, New York. That's a wonderful place. Maserati built 29 of the 300S from 1954 to 1958. And it's powered by the 3-litre inline 6-cylinder engine, overhead cam engine with a top speed 175 miles an hour. Wow. Congratulations to Robert Davis of New York. Well, we're going to just switch quickly back through the alphabet to Class 02 for post-war sports. And really, sports cars emerged prior to World War II, but they grew in popularity in the post-war period, and particularly here in the United States. The Sports Car Club of America was formed in 1944. And soon, sports car racing was popular from east to west, including, very famously, here with the road races at Pebble Beach. And the Concours, of course, emerged from that race in 1950. The cars in this class were built for the road, but with speed and performance needed to take on the competition. And in third place, the 1960 Aston Martin DB4 Coupe, owned by Richard and Peggy Prizer of Delray Beach in Florida. Fabulous DB4 shape there, starting out the whole DB4, DB5, DB6 series. This one began in 1958 when Aston unveiled the DB4 with the 3.7-litre twin-cam engine. The coachwork was by Touring, Superleggera lightweight body, and it was built in 5 series from 1959 through to 1963. And just over 1,100 DB4 cars were built over 5 series during those times. The early first series were distinguished by their frameless, curved glass windows, consisted of 149 cars built. This one is painted in Caribbean pearl to the William DuPont, a famous businessman and thoroughbred horse racer who was the first owner. Congratulations. In second place, it's the 1967 Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada Series 1 Coupe, owned by William and Cheryl Swanson. Oh, Pebble Beach, California. Fabulous car. Doesn't it look gorgeous in this sunlight? The former Ferrari engineer Giotto Bizzarini joined forces with Renzo Rivolta to launch the Iso Rivolta A3 in direct competition with the Ferrari GTO you saw earlier. And the new model captured class wins at Le Mans in 1964 and 1965. Bizzarini then went on to develop the 5300 GT Strada for the street car and the Corsa, which was the race car, under his own name. Beautiful car. Congratulations to William and Cheryl Swanson. So in first place, it's the 1971 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV Bertone Coupe Speciale, owned by Devin McNeil of Wellington in Florida. This P400 is largely regarded as it was really the ultimate development of the Lamborghini Miura. It's one of 150 SVs built, SV meaning Spinto Veloce, translated as tuned to be fast. And I think this one is tuned to be fast. Beautiful car. One of the most beautiful sports cars, supercars, you can say, ever built. Congratulations, first in class. These cars had a top speed of 180, over 180 miles per hour. Beautiful. We're moving now to the Maserati Frua class Q1. Maseratis built by the coach builder Frua. Pietro Frua began his career with Pininfarina at age 17, and he remained there for nearly a decade before building his own design studio, which he eventually sold to Ghia. Along the way, he bodied many marques, but his smooth and low-slung designs for Maserati are really among the most celebrated, and we're great to see these three cars here. Third in class is the 1955 Maserati A6G 54 Frua Berlinetta, owned by Larry Oriana of Greenwich, Connecticut. Only a handful of these Maserati coupes were graced with Frua coachwork, and this example was displayed at the Turin Auto Show to showcase Maserati's new 2-liter coupe, derived with the Maserati racing engine and delivered a top speed of 130 miles per hour. Joe, if you do 130, I'm going to... Anyway, congratulations. In second place, it's the 1964 Maserati Mistral Frua Coupe, owned by Timothy and Cara Hoxie and Michael Rubenstein of Orinda, California. Now, very, very interestingly, this car was awarded Best of Show at the Pebble Beach Concours in 1968. It was, in fact, the first and one of only 2 post-war cars that have ever been awarded the Best of Show trophy. It's great to see it back here after all these years. Congratulations, and thank you so much for bringing it back. And in first place, it's the 1951 Maserati A6G 2000 Frua Spider, owned by Henrik Jost of Cool Classics International in Reno, Nevada. Frua was founded in 1954 when the designer Pietro Frua bought a bombed-out factory and established his own atelier. And this is one of Frua's most lauded designs on the A6G chassis, then the first Maserati he designed, and only 16 of these were ever built. The car had a top speed of 115 miles per hour and is built on a shortened wheelbase with an all-alloy 6-cylinder engine. Congratulations on your first in-class award to Henrik Jorst. Well done. Now we're going to move to Class Q2. Another Frua design, selection of designs. Frua wasn't just part of the golden age of creativity in Italian design and coach building. His work really defined the Italian carrosseries. From the rounded lines of the early 1950s to the sleek, squared-off shapes of the 1960s, Frua mastered it all. His designs were sometimes startling, but always tasteful, always inherently beautiful. What a compliment. In third place, it's the 1946 Fiat 1100 Frua Barchetta, owned by Don Bernstein and Pat Taylor of Clark's Summit in Pennsylvania. What a lovely, lovely little spider. Barchetta, I should say. This was fitted with the first ever body designed by Pietro Frua after he founded his own company, and it was presented at the 1947 Villa d'Este Concours on Lake Como. It had very futuristic front-end styling, as you can see, influenced by Scaglione in his creation of the Arnold Bristol Bolide. I think you can see very strong similarities between the two cars. And the rear deck lid fins, they were the inspiration of the BATs, the Berlinetta Aerodinamica Technica cars designed by Scaglione in 1953, 54 and 55. This really was a car that was studied by designers and was the inspiration for many, many other cars to come. Thank you so much for bringing it. Congratulations. In second place, the 1953 Nardi 750 Frua Barchetta, owned by Edward Gregory of Bernardsville in New Jersey. Possibly the smallest car on the field today. This diminutive Nardi 750 is one of 4 constructed in the alliance between Nardi and Frua, and one of 2 powered by the 750cc Crossley inline 4-cylinder engines. Well, we saw it there, we saw it go. Congratulations to Edward Gregory, second in class. And in first place, the 1973, the 1973 Momo Mirage Frua Coupe, owned by Peter Calico of New York, New York. This is what I was talking about with the more straight line, the angled designs of the later Frua cars. Peter Calico dreamed of building a bespoke Grand Touring coupe with Italian lines with a powerful 5.7-litre engine. And he teamed up with Alfred Momo, the former manager of the Briggs Cunningham race team, and the result here is the Momo Mirage. 5 chassis were built, and this is one of just 4 completed by Frua. Congratulations on your first in-class award, Peter Calico.
Okay, fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next class to come across the ramp is going to be the 1990s BPR and FIA GT race cars. And as the name of the class says, they're race cars. They're very, very low. Our ramp might be a bit of a struggle for them, but we're going to make some adjustments to the intro and the outro, there was a record about that. So bear with us while we do some housekeeping, chat amongst yourselves, talk about the cars, talk about Pebble Beach. What a place to be, aren't we lucky? So we will be back very shortly. Shelby Cobra. They went from road to race course with very few changes in the 1950s and 60s. But the BPR series sought to bring iconic supercars to the track in the mid-1990s, and it did just that. Named for the founders, Jürgen Barth, Patrick Peter, and Stefan Rattel, that's the BPR. The BPR series began in 1994 and became the FIA GT series in 1997. So although short-lived, it really is often credited with bringing about the return of GT racing to the modern era. So, third in class is the 1997 Mercedes-AMG CLK GTR Coupe, owned by the Irish family of Los Angeles, California. Hold tight. Let's see how we do. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're looking good. Following the years of domination by McLaren and Porsche, Mercedes entered the fray in 1997 for the inaugural FIA GT Championship with the CLK GTR. By deconstructing a McLaren F1 GTR and rebuilding it with Mercedes and AMG engineering, the CLK GTR was developed in just 128 days, and it went on to secure the 1997 championship, winning six of the 11 races. The CLK GTR competed in 8 races in 1997, winning 1 and capturing pole in 2 more. And Mercedes won all the races in 1998, effectively ending the series. And this car participated in every race, finishing 4th twice. What a car! In second place, it's the 1995 Bugatti EB110 Sport Competizione, owned by Chris Rabelik in Berlin, in Germany. And this award is presented by one of the founders of the BPR series, the one and only Patrick Peter. Thank you, Patrick, for being here, and thank you for your help in putting this class together in your name, as it really is. The Bugatti EB110 really brought Bugatti back into the modern era and really heralded the later supercars, the Chiron and others. Patrick, thank you so much, and many, many congratulations to Chris Rabelik. So, in first place, it's the 1996 Ferrari 4 F40 GTE Michelotto, owned by Jakob Brunsborg of Silkeborg in Denmark. We can do it, we can do it. We know we can. Tense moment. But they're there, fabulous. This limited production 40th series, 40th anniversary Ferrari F40 was the perfect foundation for a true BPR global GT series competitor. The F40 was owned by Team Enea and prepped for the championship by Michelotto, the Italian race development team. One of 3 F40 GTEs. It was fitted with the 3.6-litre engine. Quite quiet. Mated to a sequential gearbox, this GTE is the only F40 to participate in all 3 BPR championships in 1994, 1995 and 1996. And the car also ran at the 24-hour of Le Mans all those 3 years, and it presents today in exactly the same livery as raced in 1996. Fabulous Ferrari, what a great car. Thank you, and congratulations to Jakob Brunsberg. Now, after that stirring sight, we're going to move to the most extraordinary selection of cars you may have seen at Pebble Beach ever. Class V1 were for the wedge-shaped concept cars and prototypes. A few of the 1950s prototypes hinted at the form, but the wedge-shaped designs that really came to the fore with concept cars of the 1960s, 1970s and 1980s. Notable examples began with the Ghia Gilda Streamline X, and they blossomed with the Alfa Romeo Carabo, the Ferrari Modulo 512, and the Lancia Stratos HF0. By the late 1970s, a multitude of marques were showcasing sharp creased cars, and this featured class focuses on the early one-off wedged concept cars and prototypes. And in third place, it's the 1960 Plymouth XNR Ghia Roadster, owned by Linda and Paul Gould of Pauling in New York. Congratulations to Paul, sitting there all alone. And it was named for the designer Virgil Exner. The XNR predates many of the earliest wedges by several years, and yet clearly influenced subsequent wedge designs. A Plymouth variant chassis went to Ghia to be fitted with the steel body at the time, when most concept cars were fitted in fiberglass, so this is steel. The XNR is asymmetrical due to the placement of the Plymouth 225 Slant 6 engine. Congratulations to Linda and Paul Gould. Our second in class, my goodness, it's the 1955 Ghia Streamline X Gilda Coupe. One of the most futuristic space-age cars you'll ever see. This is owned by Bradley and Buzz Calkins of Englewood, Colorado. Many experts consider the Alfa Romeo Carabo to be the first true wedge car, but really we can see the genesis of the theme in this 55 Ghia. This car was originally built without an engine, and it currently runs on a gas turbine, and it sounds like a jet taking off, and I think you can hear that here. Congratulations to Brad and Buzz Galkin. We might actually take off, I think. Beautiful. In first place, the 1970 Lancia Stratos HF0 Bertone Coupe, owned by Philip Sarafim of Beverly Hills, California. Yes, indeed. What one does when designing a car is you throw away all these pre-concepts that throw away the idea of 4 doors. Who needs them? All you need is a flap at the front to get in and out. Wow. Marcello Gandini of Bertone created the Zero with the Lancia Fulvia running gear, and it really adhered to the mantra, how low can you go? Gandini's coupe stood 84 centimeters tall, almost 10 centimeters lower than the Pininfarina Ferrari Modulo. This is the most extraordinary car in the world. Congratulations to Philip Sarafim. Amazing car. Now, Class V2 is the wedge-shaped concept cars and prototypes from the later period. And these dramatically different wedge-shaped concept cars influenced a variety of production cars, such as the Lamborghini Miura and the Countach, the DeLorean, the Lotus Esprit, the Fiat X19, that lovely little sports car, and the Vector W8. And the sharpened lines continued to appear in modern concepts, such as United Nude's low-res car, Ken Okuyama's Kodio, Ital Design's Asso di Peach, and even the Tesla Cybertruck. Oh yes. So, third in class, the 1991 Low-Tech C1000 Coupe, owned by Jonathan Weisman of Mountain Lakes in New Jersey. Ba, 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 ba. Here we go. They're building up the tension, ladies and gentlemen. Patience is a virtue, I was always told. Hold on to your hats. Sit quietly. It's gonna happen. We have a crew on hand, literally on hand. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Here we go. The Low-Tech C1000 was developed for a member of Dubai's ruling Al Maktoum family, and it's one-off mega car that cost roughly $2.2 million to complete. And that doesn't include the wages for the people pushing it. The Low-Tech was unveiled at the 1991 Frankfurt Motor Show, boasting 1,000 horsepower, a top speed goodness of 268 miles per hour. And with the Mercedes 5.6-litre V8 twin-turbo engine, this road car was basically a Group C Le Mans race car. On its release, the Low-Tech was featured in numerous period magazines, and Sheikh Ahmed Maktoum kept the car in Dubai until 2000, when the current owner purchased it. Congratulations to Jonathan Weisman. Well, second in class is the 1993 Vector W8 Coupe. It comes from a private collection. The Vector Automotive Corporation, based in California, and was founded in 1989 by the auto designer Gerald Wiegert, specifically to create a new street-legal supercar. The Vector W8 ran a 6-litre Rodec twin-turbocharged V8 engine. It was enveloped with an aluminum monocoque with carbon fiber and Kevlar panels. You can see the scissor doors here that made the car really very popular. But Weigert failed to raise the funding, sadly, and the company closed its doors in 1993 after 17 cars were produced. So very, very rare car, an extraordinary design. Great to see it here. This car was the penultimate example built, and it was the only Vector W8 produced in silver, and it remains unrestored and in original condition. Quite the sight. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thanks. Hi. Oh, there we go. I think they're ready. Thanks for coming.
He's got a safety belt.
So first in class is the 1979 Aston Martin Bulldog, owned once more by the venerable Philip Seraphim from Beverly Hills. Great collector of these cars. The Bulldog was Aston Martin's statement that it too could do the wedge, and if not better than anyone else. Named for the Scottish plane favoured by Aston Martin's managing director, the Bulldog was launched in 1980 in response to the development of Ferrari, Lamborghini and Maserati supercars. Hold it there, Richard. Hold it there.
Maybe a little forward. And then you're gonna... Wait till it's up. Okay,
Now, coming onto the stage, we want to take a moment to recognize this year's poster patron. You'll find both of these incredible wedge concepts before you on the 2024 Retro Auto poster. And on the ramp to join the Bulldog to present a very special award is Chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, Sandra Button. Two wonderful cars owned by Philip Sarafin. Thank you, Philip, so much for bringing these two great cars.
These two cars are very different from those you typically see on our show field. The collector who brought them here initially applied with this Aston Martin for our 2023 show, and in that moment started our quest to put together a class honoring wedge design, which turned into two classes. These classes grew organically from the passions of our collectors, just like Pebble Beach has always been, driven by enthusiasts from the very beginning when our Concours was first paired with the Pebble Beach Road Races in 1950. I am pleased to present this special award to a very unique man who has helped push us in new directions, greatly expanding the range of cars here. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our 2024 Lauren Tryon winner, Mr. Philip Sarafin. A strong supporter, patron, and donor of the Concours, he joins a group of individuals who have grown, shaped, and pushed the boundaries of the Pebble Beach Concours in so many ways. Congratulations, Philip.
Yes.
Can't get out, can you?
Close.
Well, that's the last of our class awards of the afternoon, but before we jump into the special awards, we'd really like to invite 4 cars to the ramp from a very special feature you may have seen on our show field today, the Land Rovers and Range Rovers of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. This class of 10 cars includes both personal and state ceremonial vehicles of Her Majesty. Land Rover vehicles have been associated with the royal family since the very earliest days of the company's existence. Her father, His Majesty King George VI, was often seen riding in Land Rovers from as early as 1948, their first year of production. It would have been during this time that Her Majesty encountered a Land Rover for the first time, And interestingly, she was the first female member of the royal family to volunteer for military duty, joining the Auxiliary Territorial Service in February 1945, specializing in driving and servicing military and rescue vehicles. Well, I'm stirred. I'm stirred, I am stirred. In the lead is the 1954 Land Rover Series 1 86-inch soft top, initially ordered by King George VI and later used by Her Majesty and other royal family members at their estate in Balmoral. Next, we have the first State Review Land Rover, a 1954 Series 1 86 Royal Ceremonial Vehicle that was used during Her Majesty's 1954 coronation tour. And following that is the third State Royal Review vehicle, a 1990 Range Rover that was featured on Her Majesty's 1994 Christmas card, indeed. The vehicle's painted in the royal colour of claret and features a special viewing platform for Her Majesty. And finally, we have the 1983 Land Rover 110-inch station wagon that was the private car of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. What an incredible display of Land Rovers and Range Rovers of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And remember, this is only 4 of the 10 in the class, so please be sure to check out the rest when these cars return to their spots on our show field. What a fabulous tribute to a wonderful royal family.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing it, chaps. I think wonderful. They're driving. Yeah. Thank you so much for bringing the cars here today.
Well, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was so often photographed driving these cars. It is truly wonderful seeing a fellow woman with a love of cars and driving. And don't you think that was just the best way to conclude our class awards? Well, now all 25 first-in-class winners will be gathered in the winner's circle. The winner's circle is, of course, where chief judges and the honorary judge team leaders are headed to see all the contestants for the best in show parked side by side. Now, once these ballot-wielding judges make their final observations, they're going to cast their votes in a ballot box that is in the announcer's tent. The competition is strong, so let's give them time to deliberate whilst we find out who's going to be driving away with each of the 4 charity drawing cars that are up for grabs today. But before we bring the first car up, I would just like to take a moment to recognise Chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours, Sandra Button, for her personal commitment to fundraising. It is only through her effort and the generosity of many of you that are here today that we can proudly announce a total of $3 million in charitable donations have been secured just this year. This is the first time that the check has started with a 3, and we are incredibly proud of this milestone in annual giving. So would you just take a look at that check? Now, with this check, the Pebble Beach Concours accomplished another goal, which is deserving of immense praise. This impressive sum pushed the total of charitable proceeds that the event has raised to an astonishing $40 million. With the support of the Pebble Beach Company CEO, David Stivers, and the Pebble Beach Company Foundation, the donations that Sandra secures are carefully distributed to over 95 non-profits, with the principal mission being youth education, literacy, health, and well-being. It's only through Sandra's leadership and dedication to the good of this community that we can proudly share this incredible milestone. So please help me again give a massive round of applause to Sandra, David, and all of the generous donors and volunteers that make this giving goal possible. Right, now part of the show where your giving could just win you a brand new ride. So listen carefully, because if your name is called, you're going to be leaving in one of the 4 cars that are coming over the ramp next. Now, hosting this year's charity drawing with me is a man whose voice and wit can convince you to part with more than a few dollars. It is Gooding & Company's auctioneer, Charlie Ross.
Oh, good watch.
Welcome. Wow, Charlie, welcome
Good
back.
afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to be here. The sun is shining. It's just like England. Ha, ha.
And we've let you out of the tent. You finally managed to get out into the sunshine.
Yep.
Wonderful to have you. You've had a really busy weekend.
I have. We've had a 2-day sale. Very exciting. Hello in the front row. Keep waving. It's been, and on the left. It has been absolutely amazing. We had 186 cars. We took over $100 million, which means in the 20 years I've been here, we have taken very nearly $3 billion, which I think warrants a round of applause.
Well, it certainly does warrant a round of applause. But also, you've been busy as well as selling cars and as well as marking your 20th anniversary. You've been signing books.
I've been signing books. I have written an autobiography, all the ridiculous stories of my life, which started, well, 70-something years ago. And my first auction was in 1968, and I sold pens of chickens. It's been a long time since the chickens. We're now selling rather more exciting things.
Well, I mean, chickens or here, where would you rather be?
I'd rather be here. This is one of the great, great spots of the world, and it is a real privilege to be amongst all of you to witness this incredible occasion. And what cars have we seen?
Oh, I know. Hasn't it been spectacular? Well, I have to say, having seen you in the auction, both on Friday and Saturday, I cannot think of a better person to be up with me today to help get these cars up onto the ramp and hopefully off to their new owners.
Well, hopefully it won't be a problem. Normally I'm trying to extricate bids from people in front of me, but today all you've got to do is look at your ticket, pray, and of course, if it's the right ticket, you will come up and claim your car. How exciting could that be? If by any chance the winners aren't here, we have the wonderful McPherson students who will receive it on your behalf. And they're all here, and I think it's time for us to meet the students. And they are recipients of the Phil Hill, John Lamb and Jules J. and Sally Heumann scholarships. They are pursuing degrees at the McPherson College in either restoration, design, or journalism. Here they are. Give them a big round of applause.
Well, they are a very natty bunch, I have to say. I had a chance to chat with some of them earlier on. And what do you say, Charlie, that we introduce them?
I think we should do. I think we should go to Lindsay first. Lindsay, now, you're not just about cars, are you? You are a world champion. Tell us all about it.
I am a national champion in shotgun sports for female trap shooters.
A trap shooter?
And what's been going on? Well, what about this, everybody? We thought it was a great time for TK and I to jump back in. This is the largest check I've ever held. Tommy, of course, it's a monthly occurrence, but this is the first time that they have ever had a check donated with a 3 at the front of it. So a massive deal. I know on a chat show they'd just throw that away, but...
I'm going to try to cash it. So.
Well, I just... I was thinking just the same. We thought we'd do something kind of fun here. McKeel Haggerty, we get you in a little bit early.
Thank you.
We've been watching everything that's going on. I hope you have at home in the same way. We let the show evolve and let it run its course, but we've been biting our tongue to talk about some of the selections that we've seen. We have seen some outrageous cars make their way, McKeel, to the top of the ramp. And you were out there as a judge. Any surprises? Did you pick some of them?
Yes. It's tough, though. It's really, really tough. I think what amazes about this event is that they just continued to attract, not just great cars from, the past maybe that had been here before, but like people who want to come back and say, Pebble Beach is the best of the best. I'm willing to lean in, buy a car, restore a car, bring a car out. And between, the really vintage stuff all the way to these wedge-shaped, spaceship-looking things. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing. So it's very difficult out there in the best of show ring right now. I got to tell you.
Oh, I bet.
We did our handicapping beforehand, and there was 3 cars in one of the Packard classes. There was 2 in the Duesenberg, so whoever gets through those become immediate favorites. The Mercedes that won was not on our card, but they've won more than anybody else at Pebble Beach.
The SSK.
The Chip Connor's car. And so, but we have 2 post-wars that are pretty untraditional. You got that odd-colored Tabolago and the interesting color also on the Ferrari. But those are 2 that were some pre-show talk about. Wild card being a wedge car. I can't imagine that is in the frame for best of show, but I'd love to see it.
Mike, I mean, look, I have a little part in this, but I have a lot of pattern recognition in looking at this, and I think you're smart. We've been seeing a few of these cars since Thursday when a bunch of them came out and drove on the tour. It's lovely to see them drive on this morning, see them being judged, and I think those would be a pretty good grouping of potential ones. As you know, like 3 or 4 will drive up, 1 will be chosen, and the chosen is whoever goes on those.
You haven't done yours yet.
Oh, you don't know that? You don't know what's written on there yet? Yes,
hey,
so.
I need to point out the first car being given away is a 2025 CLA 250, and this is benefiting the Montage Health Foundation, and my museum are the beneficiaries of this particular raffle car. So carry on.
Here we go.
So, as you say, you recognize patterns. The patterns have been very long in their curve here, especially with the pre-war cars. There was I was standing up there listening in the hospitality unit, people with no invested interest in this other than enjoying here, and they literally went, as soon as the Chick Connor car came, they went, oh, now that is a best of show winner. I mean, is that generally the way a lot of people think when they see something like that?
They always tell us, when we're doing these judging things, is that, yes, there's the correctness of the car and the history, and do you know all the stories to make sure that it's not some fake thing. It still has to move you emotionally, and if you don't get that, pulse racing, shortness of breath kind of thing, then you're missing it. My class this year was the Briggs Cunningham Trophy, which is the most exciting open car of a group of cars. And I kept telling, and I had some really knowledgeable new car designer executives, and I said, look, this is about the emotion of what we see. Every car here is great. It's awesome, well vetted, all that sort of thing, but it's got to move you, and that's how you pick best to show.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, I think, we're looking at the wedge-shaped cars just with, I don't know, almost a childish enthusiasm, because it's us, right? It's like our youthful era. And when you see the range of them, you go, okay, maybe there's something there that could move the world. I mean, Philip Seraphin's little Delta there, might be one of the smallest cars ever to, lowest cars to go across the block.
Well, it's Geneva Motor Show, right? Like that was for me, Road and Track would come and you'd open up and look at what was in the Geneva Motor Show and what were the concept cars growing up, and It's amazing to see them here, right?
Perfect.
Absolutely incredible.
What have we got here, TK?
This is a 2024 Ford Mustang GTR, and it's benefiting the Navidad Foundation and United Way of Monterey County. A car donated and going to a lucky person. Charlie Ross is used to trying to talk people into anteing up, and he's giving cars away today. Kind of a nice change. It's funny, with the pre-war cars, I walked by the Mercedes cars this morning, and it's easy to be mad at their 50 winners coming out of the 50s, but then you stand there and you look at it and you're like, it's a little bit like if Michael Jordan never aged.
Right.
If Michael Jordan was still in the NBA and he was still 28 years old.
Right.
So you gotta beat those champs.
It's amazing. I think it's also interesting when you walk down to the best of class winners and you talk to the owners. Is now, I imagine what this place must have been like 30 years ago. I've been here for 30 or so and judging for 24. But before then, it must have been like, oh yeah, I found this car and we spent a couple years restoring it and here it is. Some of these take now 7, 8, 9 years because, they're just so many pieces and so many, like it's not as easy anymore to put together one of these great cars because they're, the easy ones have all been found and the easy ones have all been restored and the easy ones have already been here. And so now when you see some of these, like, this is serious stuff.
There's like a distillation of the opportunity, really. I hadn't thought of that.
Yes.
The barn finds like...
Oh, yeah. Hey, there's a Duesenberg over there.
Oh,
we
really?
Should restore it. Yeah.
They fake Hollywood sand.
Yeah, but now it's crazy because, oh, no, that one got separated from its motor or its whatever, and it really has to be put back together. Look at this thing.
Wow.
Speaking of presents, that has ramp presents. That's the 2025 Infiniti QX80, and this is benefiting the Salinas Valley Health and the Seneca Central Coast. That car does have presence. So
they probably had to bolster the stage for that when it comes across.
I know.
There's also a part where, like, I was talking to Jason Weneg about his Aston, and he says, well, it's a perfect, beautiful car, but it's not that special. And so everyone's looking for the one-of-one unicorn that was owned by King Leopold, or et cetera, and is unrestored. It's like people are, the easy ones, the low-hanging fruit is done, but also there's this drive to come up with the craziest car that people are like, where did that come from?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's what makes this thing so special, and I hope it looks that way on camera because it is spectacular in person to see some of these things.
Before I let you go, I would just want to say how I think this event is, every year it grows in a very subtle way. That's what we all talk about. Haggerty have had a great presence here this week. I've been lucky enough to talk at a couple of your things. Your guests really are representative to me of the kind of people that love coming here. Yeah. I mean, car enthusiasts, enjoyed the drive, loving every moment, drinking all the free drinks and the free food, and now watching this car event. Do you get a feedback from them as to quite how relevant these big car events are?
Well, there is no doubt that this event has really elevated when it comes to its presence on a global basis because, the big auto shows aren't quite what they used to be. And no offense to anybody who loves them or puts them on, but this one is really elevated. I mean, the number on this ramp all week, the number of unveiling of new cars and the number of concept cars that are out there on the lawn and the number of events that go on all week long is stunning. And it is relevant. It's relevant to the folks that love the, really vintage stuff. And it's relevant to this whole new generation of young people coming in here that say, like, I want to play in that world, and I think it's cool, but I might like something from the 80s or 90s, and there's a thing for them. And eventually, they'll be right here.
They'll be right here. Isn't that crazy? 90s FIA GT cars makes me feel ancient. TK, is that another one?
This is the last one, and this is a little different. This is a 2-year lease on a 2024 Lexus GX 550 Premium, and this is benefiting Rancho Cielo and the Boys and Girls Clubs of Monterey. That is our last raffle car.
Super generous of those companies to bring those and give them away.
How we get to that number on that check.
There's just nothing like
it.
And I will say the energy has been amazing.
Yep.
It's been really interesting time in the auctions that have been going on. A little tough, but
hey, the market corrects and we move on. Nikhil, as always, we've loved having you here. TK, actually, he's been waiting to do this for 4 years. He made his way up onto the concept lawn this morning and had a walk around looking at all the cars that we still, well, we can now. We have a $3 million check, TK. We're a little bit more in the market. But take a look at this. He had a little walk around and saw some really juicy machines.
Welcome back to Pebble Beach. This celebrates the 35th year of the concept lawn. It started out with just an idea with actually some of the wedge cars that are out on the show field this year were here just as an idea. Well, it proved so popular that it's been going ever since. There's still these pure concept exploration of different ideas to kind of see what design language resonates with people, different form factors and so forth. If you can tell by the crowd around here, this is a place that is hot on the heat map. I absolutely love it. I remember seeing cars like the Cadillac CL here that worked their way, parts of it, into production. This car is from Ital Design, and it's a couple of the hot concepts right now are electric, of course. It has like a luxury appeal of a GT, but also all-terrain. So this sort of is blending these different form factors, a GT, but with kind of an off-road. And you can already see the influence of the Cybertruck, not the angularity, but more the proportion and form factor of that car. This one here has been blowing up the internet, the Nilu 27 hypercar supercar. I actually coincidentally ran into the designer. This guy has spent time in the very top of the design teams at Lamborghini, Bugatti, and Koenigsegg, and he wants to do it. He says, I want it to be beautiful and brutal, and it is. He nailed it. It's kind of a pushback against technology. The only screen you'll find in this car is the rear view mirror. Now step a little closer and look at some of it's basically got an exposed powertrain at the back. This is an inspiration from the 312 Ferrari Formula One car back in the day, right down to the white coated headers. This engine is a clean sheet of paper that are having designed and built in New Zealand. It's a 6.5 liter V12. It's a hot V. The exhaust pipes come out of the top rather than the intake stacks. The intake stacks are down below on the side. There's a reason that it's getting so much buzz. People are going berserk for it. Right here next to us, this is the Polestar Concept BST. This is another one that's a pure concept. You're probably not going to see exactly this in production form, but you'll probably see lots of elements of it. And these inspire not only externally, but they inspire internally. This became an obsession with the CEO of Polestar. Got really involved, really excited by it. And it's cool for a racer to see that the EV stuff started out as efficiency and now it's going more towards stuff that's sort of my vein. And look at that. It's an open top two-seater. I don't know what you call that, like a speedster with a DRS rear wing. The details are just delicious. So we've got new offerings from Maserati, Gunther Works, etc. If you haven't been to the concept lawn, this is a reason to come to Pebble Beach alone.
Appropriated by the Germans during World War II before coming to the USA after the war. So Michael, thank you again for bringing the car and many, many congratulations. Well, our next special award, the Ansel Adams Award, is presented to the most desirable touring car of its era. Well, interesting. The trophy is named for the photographer who served often as honorary judge at the concours. This award goes to the 1962 Land Rover Series 2A 109-inch special station wagon owned by Anne Brockington Lee and the Lee Connection in Sparks, Nevada. The trophy is presented by the granddaughter of Ansel Adams, Sylvia Dessin, and her husband, Greg Dessin. This Land Rover really is a fabulous car, and it's great to see it, and thank you so much for bringing it. Not sure about the touring. Our next special award is the Art Center College of Design Award, and it goes to the 1956 Maserati A6G Zagato Berlinetta, owned by Jonathan and Wendy Siegel of San Diego, California. And the Art Center College of Design Award goes to the car that showed the best use of new technology in its era, has groundbreaking style, I think it does, and engineering, and is considered to have had the greatest impact on car design today. It's sponsored by the Art Center College of Design, and it's presented by Michael Warsaw, Chief Design Officer of Hayworth. Congratulations, Johnny. Wendy, thank you so much. Keep him under control, for goodness sake. Our next special award is the Briggs Cunningham Trophy. And it goes to the 1934 Packard 1108-12 Dietrich convertible sedan, owned by Jack Boyd Smith Jr. of Elkhart, Indiana. The Briggs Cunningham Trophy is awarded to the most exciting open car present, and the trophy is named for that great American sportsman and automobile creator and collector. It's sponsored by the Ford Motor Company, and today it's presented by Todd Willing, the Global Design Director of Ford Motor Company. Congratulations, Jack. This Packard it represents the final year for the Dietrich individual custom bodies. It features the famed V windshield that made this design so famous. Congratulations to Jack Boyd Smith. Our next special award is the Center for Automotive Research at Stanford Cars Award. And it goes to the 1934 Bugatti Type 59 Sports, owned by Fritz Burkhardt in Zug in Switzerland. Hello again. Yes, indeed. Such an enthusiastic winner, such an enthusiastic owner, always a smile on his face. The Center for Automotive Research at Stanford, the Cars Award, is presented by students of Stanford University, here they are, to the car that they believe truly impacted the challenges of the future through excellence in technology and innovation. And it's presented by John Fiber and the students of the Center for Automotive Research in Stanford. Congratulations, Fritz. Thank you so much for bringing this spectacular Bugatti, one of many in your collection, I know. Very original, a spectacular motor car. Now, before we move on to the next award, I've got a couple of announcements. Very important, please. This is a call going out to the owner of a car. It's the John Rich, who owns the 1937 Bugatti. John Rich, please go to your car. And also, Earl Wagoner and Tony Owen, please go to your 1964 Ferrari. We really do need you there, please. And part 2 of this announcement, we need some judges must come to the ramp. These judges need to hand in their ballots. That is Stephen Winkleman, Miles Morris, and Winston Goodfellow. You know who you are. You know where you are. Please get yourselves as fast as possible to the ramp to present your ballot. Thank you very much. Now, our next award is the Chairman's Trophy, and our chairman is there ready to present it to the 1967 Ferrari 330 GTC Coupe Speciale, owned by the Heineke family of Bangkok in Thailand. This award is awarded to the most deserving car present, selected personally by our chairman, Sandra Button. Thank you and congratulations to Bill Heineke. Thank you, Sandra. And our next award is the Charles A. Chain Award, which is awarded to the car with the most advanced engineering of its era. And this goes to the 1931 Marmon 16 LeBaron 2.4 rumble seat coupe, owned by Gary Sevens of Long Beach, California. This award is sponsored by Bill and Cheryl Swanson. Howard Marmon began work on his V16 engine in 1927, with production commencing in 1931. It took 4 years to develop. And only 400 of these cars were produced over a 3-year period. Fabulous car and very worthy winner of the Charles Chain Trophy. Now, one more announcement. If we just pause a moment, another judge needs to come to the ramp. We need these judges' ballots in as quickly as possible. So please, Bob Devlin, if you can hear this, please make your way to the ramp and present your ballot for Best of Show. Thank you. So, our next award winner is the Classic Car Club of America Trophy, sponsored by the Cantori family and presented by Joe and Jacqueline Cantori to the 1930 Packard 734 Speedster 8 Victoria Coupe, owned by the wonderful Nethercutt Collection in Sylmar, California. This is a most gorgeous paint scheme, I think. Absolutely wonderful. Very, very white with those beautiful toning reds. Just goes so well. Fabulous car, and many, many congratulations to Helen and Jack Nethercutt from Sylmar in California. Our next special award is the Dean Batchelor Trophy. And it's sponsored by the Ford Motor Company. And it goes to the 1966 Canara Roadster, owned by Guy Durkin of Claremont, Florida. One of the wedge cars in the wedge class. And this award is presented by Todd Willing, the Global Design Director of Ford Motor Company. This early wedge car was designed by Ray Canara, who was an art student under the tutelage of former Pebble Beach Chief Honorary Judge Strother McMinn. Fabulous, interesting car. Great to see it here today. Congratulations to Guy Durkin. Oh, wow. The Elegance in Motion Trophy now goes to the 1954 Lagonda V12 race car, chassis DP115/2, owned by Lawrence Stroll of Warwickshire in the United Kingdom. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a really magical moment to see a Le Mans racing car from the 1950s. Very, very, very rare. And the Elegant in Motion Trophy is awarded to the car deemed to be the most elegant in motion, and it must have qualified and successfully completed the Pebble Beach Tour. It's sponsored by Gooding & Company, and the trophy was presented by David Gooding, the president and co-founder of Gooding & Company. A wonderful Lagonda V12 car, raced at Le Mans, raced at Reims in France in the 12 hours. Fabulous car. And our next award is the Enzo Ferrari Trophy. And it goes to the 1973 Ferrari 365 GTB4 Scaglietti Competizione Berlinetta, owned by David McNeil from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. And the Enzo Ferrari Trophy is awarded, funnily enough, to the best Ferrari present. And the trophy is named for the maestro himself. It's sponsored by the Candy Store. And today it's presented by Joe Brolando, the senior advisor at the Boston Consulting. Oh, what a noise. What a fabulous exhaust. What a fabulous race car. David, congratulations and thank you for bringing your nod. So, slightly toning down, calming down, we have the Fever Pre-War Trophy. And this year it goes to the 1928 Aston Martin sports model, the Feltham Flyer, Bertelli-built two-seater, owned by Paul and Deirdre Lee of Studio City in California. A very rare and one of the most original Aston Martins in the world that you will see. The Fever Pre-War Trophy goes to the best preserved pre-war car as determined by a special committee, guided by the Fédération Internationale des Véhicules Anciens, the Fever regulations, and is sponsored by the Haggerty Drivers Foundation, presented by McKeel Haggerty, the CEO of Haggerty, and Malcolm Grubb, the VP of Events and Chairman of Events Commission of Fever. McKeel, thank you so much for sponsoring this. It's a great award and something that we are very proud to give to great, great preserved cars. Right, I'm going to take a moment here. I'm going to get very serious here. We are naming and shaming here this afternoon. Judges, please make your way to the ramp. The following judges, we need you. Stefan Winkleman, you know where you are. Kim McCulloch, you know where you are. Bob Devlin, I know where you are. I think I know where you are. Please make your way to the ramp because we do need your votes. Well, while we're waiting for those judges to make their way to the ramp, as I said, we're just going to take a moment, take a breath, take in the scenery, please. This really is one of the most spectacular and beautiful parts of the world, and we're all so lucky to be here, surrounded by beautiful scenery, beautiful cars, and beautiful people. So please relax, pay attention. We will be back with you momentarily.
Welcome back. All that is left now is the 4 Elegance Awards and Best of Show. And I'm joined, they say in live TV with kids and animals, anything can happen. Add a happy Jonathan Siegel to that mix. So Jonathan, thank you. Just came across and picked up a special award in what might be the prettiest car I've ever seen. That Frua coupe. And then Jason Wenig, who is a restorer whose car finished second, is Aston Martin. So we're going to try to talk up. It's getting ready to come up. So first off, Jason, talk about the level. We'll talk about the field this year.
Yes. So every time I come to Pebble, we always say this is the greatest field of cars we've ever seen. There's something happening out there right now. My breath has been taken away. Every single step, you find yourself in a state of awe and amazement. And so, great to be here and beyond over the top to take an award in a field just like this.
Now, Jonathan, your cars were exhibition this year, so
correct.
You're eligible for a special award. You got that.
Correct.
A little more relaxed for you. How intense is it for the people that have won their class and are in contention for Best of Show? Can you put it into words?
It's crazy anxiety. Everybody's all freaked out. Well, I was even freaked out just trying to get an Elegance Award. But when you get your second, it's unbelievable. You're just so happy. You're there. You made the final 3. You're on the ramp, and that's the greatest place in the world.
But you're already planning the next years. What do you have in the works?
Well, we still have one more car to go. Don't count me out yet. Okay. We have one more exhibition car. We'll see how it goes. But next year I'm bringing a Seata Balbo. That we walked the lawn today. We looked at all the colors of the cars. We brought silvers with the match of the silvers on the cars. What a fabulous opportunity.
And the light is different.
It is. You're absolutely right. The light is in San Diego is completely different than here. There's grass around it. There's all these environmental issues you have to deal with. And it's crazy that you're going to design a color of a car to work with the environment just here. Yeah. This is Pebble. This is where you go.
Yep. That's why his buildings are so popular as well. That is attention to detail right there. You want to give a shout out to someone?
I want to give a shout out to all my boys on the Big Ross deck, my Smoke brothers, period. Thank you.
Johnny, you'll be back soon. So I'm not sure.
Matthew's car's getting an award. My Spider's getting an award, Tommy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said that. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
So I don't know if you want to, when it comes up, say something. These are the kids now coming up. Transition, whatever you want. It's all your show. I'll get up. Do you want me to get up?
No. Okay. Sit tight. I'm trying to.
Your Master Spider, you're fucking killer.
Our next award is the Mercedes-Benz Star of Excellence Award. Haha. It's sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, and this year it goes to the 1928 Mercedes-Benz 710 SSK Corsica drophead, owned by Chip Connor from Carmel and Hong Kong. This car, as we said before, was ordered by the racer Tommy Scrap Thistlethwaite, what a name, who was a renowned SS racer, and this car was delivered to the millionaire and eccentric Captain J.E.P. Howard. The Mercedes-Benz Award has been presented by Michael Kunz, General Manager of the Mercedes-Benz Classic Center in Irvine, California. Chip, many congratulations, the most magnificent Mercedes-Benz. Just fabulous. Congratulations. And our next award is the Gran Turismo Award. The Gran Turismo Trophy goes to the 1970 Lancia Stratos HF0 Bertone Coupe, owned by Philip Sarafim. This award is sponsored by Polyphony Digital, and it's awarded to, what an amazing car, the Gran Turismo Trophy. The most significant car present, balancing both artistic beauty and performance at the highest level, and will be included in the next Gran Turismo digital game. Our next award is the French Cup, and it goes to the 1937 Bugatti Type 57 SC Corsica Roadster, owned by John Rich of Gilberton in Pennsylvania. And the French Cup is awarded to the most significant car of French origin. The 57S was introduced at the Paris Auto Salon in 1936, had a very sporting chassis, 3.3-litre engine, 8 cylinders, and this example was bodied by the wonderful British coach builder Corsica, one of only 2 built with this open tourer style. Congratulations to John Rich. And the next trophy is the Fever Post-War Trophy. And it goes to the 1964 Ferrari 250 GT Scaglietti Berlinetta Lusso, owned by Earl Wagoner and Tony Owen in Manhattan Beach, California. The Fever Post-War Trophy goes to the best preserved post-war car, as determined by a special committee guided by the Fever regulations. It's sponsored again by Haggerty Drivers Foundation, again presented by McKeel Haggerty and Malcolm Grubb, the VP of Events and Chairman of Events Commission Fever. Fabulous, fabulous original Ferrari, beautiful condition, and it's great to see these cars kept so beautifully. Many, many congratulations. Our next award is the Phil Hill Cup. And it goes to the 1957 Maserati 450S Zagato Berlinetta, owned by Rob Walton from Scottsdale, Arizona. The Phil Hill Cup is named for a really great participant and, of course, close friend of both the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance and the Pebble Beach road races, and the trophy is awarded to a very significant race car. It's sponsored by Mark and Sharon Newman, and Mark and Sharon are presenting it today. This Maserati was actually built for Sterling Moss to race at Le Mans in 1957, I should say. And the design was designed by Frank Costin, and really was designed with the aerodynamics to conquer the very fast and very long Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. Fabulous race car, and I gather I remember talking to Sterling some years ago. He said it's a very claustrophobic car to drive. Very, very hot, but very, very fast.
Welcome back. We're picking it back up. It's a little herky-jerky stop and start here, but we are going to take advantage of this little break, check in a little bit more with Jason Wenning. And, I mean, we could handicap, well, of the best of show winners, I don't know, you were an entrant, so I don't know how many you saw come across. Yeah. Any that jump out at you? That Chip Connor car there is hard to ignore. It's going to take a big swing to undo it, and I hear the PA picking up again just as I get going. So real quickly, do you see anyone beating that Chip Connor car?
Would be curious whether or not they're going to go sports car or go with the typical or quintessential Pebble Beach Grand Classic. That's what I'm most excited to see.
Okay.
So the whole spectrum will be hard to determine which one will be.
Fair enough. Well, and I heard the PA, but so we don't want to step on the. So when I saw you on the field, we're going to totally switch gears here and get into your wheelhouse, which is
better be a herky-jerky between you and me than a car stopping on the field.
Actually, restoration. Yeah. When I stuck my head inside. Okay, now I'm hearing in my ear that we're going to go down to the winner's circle with Justin Bell.
Well, like I did last year, I thought I'd make my way down to what they're calling it the winner's circle. Certainly a lot more, I don't know, prestigious than some of the winner's circles I've been in. And I was hoping to find Devon McNeil with her sparkly gold Miura. We had, you know, like dinner a couple of nights ago at the party at your house, and the car was there, and I'm thinking, you know, wouldn't it be amazing just to be here, let alone win your class? How do you feel?
Well, it is an honor just to have your car accepted into this show. I mean, that's a feat in itself. And I just came, wanted to enjoy with my friends and family and do the best that we could do. But super happy for it to win, honestly. I'm thrilled.
And everybody came in sparkly gold. Yeah. That was part of the memo. I didn't wear it, obviously, but you did. I mean, you bought this car. I know you guys bought it at auction. It was like a record price for this car. It's like a one of one. And now you're at Pebble Beach. I mean, are you still going to drive it on the road?
Yes, 100%. I want to leave it in the States a little bit, do some rallies, enjoy it, because these cars really are as fun to drive as they are to like watch and see. So, yeah, I'm excited to have it here. Maybe do the Colorado Grand, or we'll see.
But of course, the more important thing is you beat your David. Quickly jump in here. You beat your dad into the winner's circle. What is going on here? Here's David McNeil with a gold purse. This looks beautiful. David, I mean, you've been in here before. Can you imagine the
gold purse
yeah?
with your gold car.
David, can you imagine what it must feel like for your lovely daughter to have her own car, a place that you've been before in the winner's circle?
Wow, it's amazing to have her in a very proud moment, and she did one heck of a job presenting the car to the judges, down to the dry sump oil lubrication system and everything else about it. And I couldn't have been prouder of her and what she did to get her to the winner's circle.
I love it. Well, you guys, there's a lot of energy in here because one of these cars is going to be our 2024 Best of Show, 73rd Pebble Beach. So a nice family affair. He did get a special award for his knot, which was rather lovely. What award was that, David?
It's the Enzo Ferrari Award for my competition Series 3 Daytona.
Absolutely perfect. TK, I'm going to make my way back there, but this is the hot place to be.
Wow, that is so cool. We've seen Devin hanging around the races. I met her at Le Mans when she was about to go off to her first year at Stanford when Cooper was racing there. So it's neat to see the young generation. I see another young generation that Jonathan Siegel sort of cued us off up to. That is Jonathan's two children. It is Austin and Matthew that are about to bring up that Frua Spider. So I think the hobby, as they say, is in good hands with the young generation. Not all kids are into cars, but the ones that are into them big time. So I'm going to go back to what I was going to ask you originally. When I stuck my head, it wasn't even in the car, and I just got hit with that smell. I said, why does an Aston smell like an Aston? Or Mercedes smells like... Tell me about Connolly Leather.
Yeah, so we go through exacting standards to restore these cars. And the devil's in the details, as they say. The formulas they use to make the leather from Connolly Leather is different than any other formula for any other leather in the world. The smell you smelt is the Connolly Leather smell. And many British cars and some Italian cars as well use that leather, and it's what we look for. Like high octane fuel, that smell hits you and you know you're in the right spot.
It might be a silly question. Can they make it a cologne? I mean,
that's something we can work on together.
So now, that particular car, every car here, that's what's, we don't get to tell all the stories. Yeah. That particular car is pretty wild. What is the story with that car and the owners?
Well, there's always multiple storylines, right? So first of all, it's a Series 1 Aston Martin. So all the modern Aston Martins trace its history back to that car, which is ultimately the first car that Aston Martin used Superleggera touring style body. So it's the modern Aston Martin. The car was also sold to William DuPont originally. And very emotionally, the car is being built or was restored in honor of my client's late husband who died tragically, and the entire family's here. 10 people are here to honor and respect the car, the lineage. And what's beautiful about this is car people, it's the car that's bringing the family together. And so we won by being here, but to be acknowledged with an award, the world exploded on top of us a couple of minutes ago. It was really very special.
They've owned that car for decades, and they were going to restore it together, which makes it that much more poignant.
The car was basically in a barn for 50 years. And so from a purist perspective, another Aston Martin's been found and saved and brought to this level. And the fact that it's owned by such a beautiful family, the world's a good place today.
A great one to end on. Thank you, Jason. We're going to go back to Amanda Stratton on the ramp for our we're getting close to go time.
You can feel the energy
for the
building.
big one. Yeah. So thank you, Jason.
Excellent. Thank you.
Go to the most elegant open, closed, convertible and sports car on the show field. And winners really should pay special attention to this because it is very often that one of these four cars also take home the best of show. Nick is back on the mic and he is going to reveal the Elegance Awards before I come back on a little bit later and reveal the winner of the most elegant car at the 2024 Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance.
Thank you, Amanda. Elegantly spoken, if I may say so. So, our first Elegance Award is the Strother McMinn Trophy for Most Elegant Sports Car. This award is sponsored by William Chip Connor, and it goes to the most elegant sports car present. And this trophy is named for the respected designer, instructor, and historian who was chief honorary judge of the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. And this year it goes to the 1955 Maserati A6 GCS Frua Spider, owned by Jonathan and Wendy Siegel of San Diego in California. The trophy today is presented by Chip Connor. The A6 GCS was the brainchild of Guglielmo Dei, the Maserati dealer in Rome. And he was delighted with the initial single Frua-bodied car. He ordered 2 more, including this car. Well, I think I would too. I'd like 3 of these. Congratulations to Jonathan and Wendy Siegel. Thank you so much, Chip, for making the trophy possible. Congratulations. Our next Elegance Award is the Gwen Graham Most Elegant Convertible Award, and it goes to the 1934 Packard 110812 Dietrich Convertible Sedan, owned by the JPS Collection, Jack Boyd Smith Jr. from Elkhart, Indiana. The Gwen Graham Most Elegant Convertible Award is the most elegant convertible present. The trophy is named for the woman who is involved in really founding the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, Gwen Graham. It's sponsored by Lalique of North America and presented today by Christine Mayer, the marketing manager of Lalique North America. Thank you very much for your generosity, and thank you to Jack Boyd Smith Jr. for bringing the car all this way. Our next Elegance Award is the JB and Dorothy Nethercutt Most Elegant Closed Car Award, and it goes to the 1934 Packard 110812 Dietrich Sport Sedan, owned by the Lehrman Collection of Palm Beach in Florida. The Nethercutt Most Elegant Closed Car Award goes to the Most Elegant Closed Car, funnily enough. And the trophy is named for the couple who won our top award, Best of Show, a record-setting, amazingly, 6 times. JB and Dorothy Nethercutt established the standards of authenticity and quality to which all concours entrants now adhere to. And our final Elegance Award is the Jules Human Most Elegant Open Car. And it goes to the 1955 Maserati A6G 54 2-liter Segato Spider. We've seen it here before, but it's really, really good to see it here again. It's owned by Chris Shane of Manhattan Beach in California. And the J. Human Most Elegant Open Car Award is awarded to a car that has no side windows. It may have side curtains, but as compared to a convertible, it generally has roll-up windows. And the trophy is named for our former chairman, who was a guiding light to this concours. It's sponsored by Classic Automotive Relocation Services, and it's presented by Darren Brown, the EVP and President of US Automotive. Oh, now then. Last but by no means least, our final award before Best of Show today is the Tony Holman Trophy. And it goes to the 1956 Maserati 250F race car owned by Lawrence Oriana of Greenwich, Connecticut, and driven by Joe Colasaco there. Famous racing driver around the world. You've seen him at Goodwood, you've seen him at Monaco, and you now see him at Pebble Beach. I know I'm going on. But congratulations to Larry, to Joe. Thank you for bringing it. The Tony Holman Trophy is... wow. That's a sort of finale fanfare, I think, don't you? Yeah. Gorgeous noise. The award was presented by Jason Van Sickle, the Vice President of Curation and Education at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our awards for the afternoon, apart from the Best of Show trophy. And it's as a sort of tradition that we pause a while. The team here are collating the ballots, and we will be back with you very, very shortly. A tense moment here in Pebble Beach.
So do this when you want me to come in, not like that. Right out. All right, guys. Well, it feels very much like being at an international motor race. In so many ways, it is this big competition. There's a lot of energy right here. You can see all the field management here waiting for the 3 or 4. It can change depending on the ballot ties, how many people might be out here. But 3 or 4 of the cars from the winner's circle that I just saw, or some of those elegance awards, every year someone from that makes the trip back around and lines up here. Really a feeling of huge anticipation. Obviously, I just spoke to Devin McNeil. I also spoke to a couple of the other owners. They're so excited. They're like children. Doesn't matter that they might be very wealthy, successful gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. When they get here, it's like realizing a childhood dream. So I'm keeping an eye on what is going on the whole time. But any minute, the cars will be lining up here. TK, I'll come back when I have someone to talk to.
Well, hustle back, JB. We'll be waiting here for you as the anticipation builds. All that's left is Best of Show, and I'm joined by Laura Burstein, who's an old friend, but also a journalist specializing in design, the design aspect of automotive. So you interview all the heavy hitters, a lot of these honorary judges, but a longtime car girl. So we were talking off air. Best of Show, you said you are a post-war fan.
I'm a post-war fan, and you know we've only seen one post-war car in 2014 win Best of Show, and of course there are a lot of beautiful pre-war cars that are works of art. But I mean, to be honest, I'd love to see maybe something like the Lancia Stratos Zero. I mean, I don't think it's the sort of thing that the judges are looking for, but.
Well, it's funny you say that because in the judges meeting this morning, Chris Bach read a lengthy thing about expanding the definition of elegance.
Yes.
To try to encourage different cars to be eligible, and I didn't include the wedge cars in my handicapping because it would just seem too far off the reservation. But I could see one of those cars on the ramp with the confetti,
Why
and
not?
I don't think it would be unpopular. It would be unusual, but we're in unusual times, aren't we?
It's true. And you know, a lot of the judges are talking about how do we engage younger people, how are we bringing new generations in, and I really do think, I mean, of course, I have so much respect for the judging system, but another judge said to me this morning, you know, I had 300-point cars in my class, so at that point, what do you do? And he says, well, you know, then we get down to the tiny little blemishes, and we just go over with a microscope. And I said, you know, for me as a journalist, story is important. And of course, provenance has always been a consideration in a car, but you know, there are so many amazing stories of somebody who's been able to acquire a car, somebody who's been able to preserve a car, some of the lengths that some of these people have gone to before. So if it were me, I would expand the judging.
That is in that new definition of elegance.
The story
of the car is there, and there's 3 points, and traditionally the elegance points are thought of as tiebreakers. He's saying, I want you to assign elegance points to every single car using those new criteria. So, you told a funny story. You were at Villa d'Este when that Stratos Zero was there.
That's right. So the first time I saw that car in person was at Villa d'Este. I believe it was 2015, and Philip went to drive it. It's not really a ramp. It's more through, you know, the gravel in front, and the car wouldn't start. So a bunch of gentlemen rolled up their sleeves, including Flavio Manzoni, the head of Ferrari design, and they just pushed it. And I have a great photo of, you know, just everybody pitch in, and I think it really speaks to the love that we all have for these cars and the passion that no matter who you are, I mean, you could be a mechanic, you could be a head of design, and just the shared love in this event is really, really apparent. So.
Well, the music just. Let's see if they're going to pick it back up again, or if that's our cue. If it's not, then I will queue up another question. Let's see. Well, until they interrupt. So take us back to the beginning for you. How were you introduced to this? How did you get into this world?
Well, I grew up in the Bay Area, so I went to the Concours when I was growing up as a spectator with friends and family, and back when it was a much smaller show than that. And I think, you know, the old-timers say, oh, this show gets bigger every year and the traffic gets worse and it gets more crowded. But I actually liked Formula One and road racing. And when I was in college, I realized that there really weren't a lot of women who were represented in the way I wanted to see them. I mean, you're a racing guy, so you know better than anything that you know, women were not always portrayed as Concours judges, for example. You know, they were holding flags and wearing much different outfits than I wear, and so I was able to combine a love and a passion for cars with hopefully trying to break some stereotypes and break down some walls, and so I was...
And this is not a costume for you.
No, I mean, I don't walk around LA like this every day, but...
You love to, the design, this aspect of fashion, you love to bring to the car world as well.
I think so. And, you know, it is a Concours d'elegance, and so it's really not about the cars only. It's about the atmosphere, it's about the people, and I think this is, you know, you and I have talked about this before, that one of the reasons that you and I are both in this industry, it's not just about the machinery, it's about the humans. And so what I've found as I've gone through my career as an automotive journalist, that the personalities, we have a lot. I mean, you just had Johnny Siegel on. I mean, this is a great example, right? His cars are amazing, but you put the car with the personality and you have fireworks.
Well, it was fun to, you know, because he's so emotional and he's in the moment and so forth. But he told a story just now about the car he's bringing next year. They brought a bunch of samples of silver to see what they were like in this light with this surrounding. So it sounds like, let's see what they're saying here.
We're going to have a winner. Oh, they're assembling.
They're updating. They're assembling a number of cars. So let's listen to this.
Best of show. So please, any minute now, it's going to be happening. If you look down, stage right, for the cars to come up from the field, they will be lining up abreast, and they are the contenders for Best of Show. So, without further ado, we'll just bear with us. It won't be long now.
Okay, so they're asking for a little bit of time. So, and the way this works, there's no set number of cars that are going to, it could be 2 abreast, 3 abreast, 4 abreast, and what determines that is there clear cut, or if there's like a 3-way tie for second, then they need to bring all those up. And so it could be 2, 3, or 4. It would be really something if it was 2 pre and 2 post-war. Being an optimist. And the cars are starting to come. JB is down there, and he has got an update for us from the staging area. Justin.
Even after the smoothest class winners, we can anticipate a little bit of a delay because those best of show ballots are really carefully thought out, and pretty much no one is able to make their decisions until they see all the class winners. But take a look at this, guys. We got someone pulling up. All right, let's check this out. Wow. We're hopefully going to pull up. This is effectively the pre-stage. So they're going to pull up here. We're going to go run in. Talk to Harry Eggy quickly here.
1934 Packard.
Yeah, this is his 1934 Packard. Let's just jump in here with Harry. Harry, hey, we see you again, my friend. Wow, what a fabulous, fabulous way to end the afternoon. You're in the Final Four. How do you feel?
Feels awesome.
I mean, you're no stranger to this, though.
I did it back in '07.
So the feeling never changes, though? The excitement is always right there?
Just the same. Excitement's just the same as ever.
I love it. Well, good luck. Really good luck. Stunning car. Now we're going to head over. This is pretty much the surprise of the field. Let's follow me over. 1 second. All right. Let's get in here with Philip. Philip, how are you feeling? You can't believe Final Four.
Oh my God.
Oh, there we are. That's easier. Final Four.
It was just such a pleasure to bring this to Pebble Beach. I could not even imagine having received Best in Class, not to mention 2 other incredible awards.
I mean, I drove the car. I know how you feel, but I did not know how you feel to come in. To see it next to a Packard, can you even believe that?
That truly makes it look like a spaceship.
Yeah, it does. Well, good luck. At least you can clear the ramp. And if you don't win, take it at full speed. You look very comfortable. Oh, let's head over here. Well, I've got to say, it's stunning. How do you feel? You made it, Robert.
Very well. I'm so happy that I am here. So thank you for that.
Well, perfect. Well, good luck. You're in the final four. You're a winner anyway, right? How fantastic. Just take a look at this. Does mean we should have one more car joining us, but TK, this is a very special place to be. It's got me ramped up, as you can tell, just like we're at the racetrack. You have the 30s, you have the 70s, and this Turbo Largo is just resplendent. I am absolutely stunned. Well, we're waiting for one more car to join us. And then one of these guys will be announced best of show. I got to say, I just still can't take my eyes off. Let's just have a look at the back of the cars. Whoop.
Stop real quick.
As we look at the back of all these cars, just stunning. The paintwork on this Turbo Largo is almost too mind-blowing. Who would have thought about putting chocolate brown with this teal color, even all the way back then? As you can see across the crowded field in the distance, part of the problem is pulling the cars round. They have to get the owners reunited with their car. Although you'd think at this stage, you'd probably be pretty full of anticipation waiting to take the field. 200 cars, multiple continents, cars shipped from India as early as April to make their way onto the show field here. Tens of thousands of people. It truly is one of the most epic moments of the auto social calendar. This is the place to be. Everybody anxiously waiting to find out. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm full of enough nerves, TK. I'm sitting here wondering, as I'm sure you are at home, just wondering who is going to be the fourth contender, and then who will make their way to receive the fireworks, the confetti, and the honor of being best of show.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's starting to take shape, and look at that, 2 post-war cars in the final 4, including a wedge car. Like I said, I'm almost not able to, didn't even want to speak it because it just seems so irreverent, so out of, but part of me thought that this could happen. So it looks like, okay, they're calling someone to the winner's circle, Fritz Burkhardt. I'm assuming that means the missing man formation is for Fritz Burkhardt, which if that's true, that would also be, to remind you, that is that car that I went on and on about, that story that won the won the Belgian Grand Prix in 34, finished 3rd at Monaco, was rebodied into a 2-seater, and is a preservation. So second year in a row, we have a preservation class car in the 4-wide. So this is Harry Yegi sitting here in his Packard. So we have Turbo Largo, Grand Sport, which is post-war, in that really striking, original, and polarizing color combination. Philip Seraphim in his Stratos Zero wedge car. And we're waiting for the 4th car. They called Fritz Burkhardt from the Pearl Collection to his car. That is that Bugatti, the 30, what year is it? I think it's a 34. 34 Bugatti Type 59 Sports, yes. So, now, while we're focused on this Packard, I was struck by when we saw them all together that the body color grille surround stands out compared to the Duesenbergs and the Cadillacs of the era, and they've got that trim line molded in to the paintwork just behind it. But from the start, this color has really works on this car. The open cars tend to do better these days, which is why they were saying some of those great in the old classics. So this Tabo Lago Grand Sport, which was not ready in time to be part of the Grand Sport Parade of Elegance last year. This car is out of the Czech Republic, Robert Kadela. And look at those colors. And so there's, I mean, like I said, some people love this and some people really, really, really don't like these colors, but enough of them did. Look at the grille. The grille is painted in those two. It's mint and like a bronze. It turns, but these were the original colors the car was spec'd in. It was repainted a couple times, and when they were restoring it, they found that this was the original color spec for this car. So, well, a little added drama where someone wasn't by their car, whether it's Fritz or someone else. So that just adds to the drama here. These people are like, hey, if he's not here, let us go. And there it is. Okay, confirmation. Oh boy, Fritz. Here we are, Kentucky Derby. They're in the gate.
Wow.
And Justin's with him.
Chrissy.
Ask him where he was. Justin.
Wow. Are we good? Chris, are you happy about this Final Four?
Especially because they sent me back. We thought, okay, then not.
Well, the car is magnificent. Preservation class. Good luck, my friend. Brilliant. Look at this Type 59 Bugatti preservation class. Will it do it this year? The Final Four. Who is the winner? They pull forward. I'm going to leave you now and let it hand over to Amanda.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. I know it's been a bit of a long wait to get to this point, but it has been an incredibly close run thing. Now, I have truly enjoyed getting to share with you some of the stops along the journey that culminated in this grand moment to come. And I think we can all agree that today's success is well-deserved. So, on behalf of the Pebble Beach Concours team, I would like to again express sincere gratitude to the entrants, the judges, the enthusiasts, and the volunteers who work diligently all year for a perfect Concours Sunday. Now, the nominees are lined up at the end of the ramp, eager to hear who is going to return home with the title 2024 Pebble Beach Concours Best of Show. You may notice that we don't have the same number of nominations each year, because being near the ballot box for the last 2 years now, I've learned that it truly is up to the votes. If only 2 cars hold the most votes, then only 2 cars are going to be pulled into position that they are now sitting in at the end of the ramp. If 4 cars are neck and neck, well, all 4 will be pulled up from the winner's circle. And today it looks like we have got 4 nominees. So what do you say? Do you think it's time to find out who is going to cross the finish line? Me too, right. When the winner is revealed, please do stay clear of the ramp throughout the trophy presentation. We will be allowing media crews the opportunity to capture snapshots after the official photographs are taken. And don't forget, stick around, because Justin Bell is going to be interviewing our new winner right here on the ramp. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome back to the ramp the woman with the golden envelope, Chairman Sandra Button.
You're going to do the nominees first. Yeah. There you go.
So, the nominees. First of all, it is the Lancia Stratos HF0 Bertone Coupe, Philip Sarafim of Beverly Hills, California. Second up, we have the Bugatti Type 59 sports car, the Pearl Collection Fritz Burkhardt from Switzerland. In third, the third-placed car, waiting to find out, is the Turbo Largo T26 GS Shortek Fastback Coupe, Robert Kudela from the Czech Republic. And we have also got the 1934 Packard 1108-12 LeBaron Sport Phaeton owner Harry Yeagy from Cincinnati, Ohio. Can we have a drum roll, please? Right. I can confirm that the 73rd Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance Best of Show winner is the 1934 Bugatti Type 59 sports car from the Pearl Collection, Fritz Burkhardt in Switzerland. Very happy man presenting the Best of Show trophy and ribbon is David Stivers, CEO of the Pebble Beach Company, and Sandra Button, chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours. Pull your trousers out. What an incredible achievement. I think the emotion is clear. This is one very happy man. So huge congratulations to Fritz Burkhardt and all the team that have brought this car here.
Just a note, Michael Furman is here, so ignore my cross out.
So, congratulations again. Right, and now to commemorate this day, we have some Best of Show sponsors with some very special gifts that they are going to be presenting. And the flowers even match the car. Right. So, presenting first of all a custom engraved Rolex Perpetual 1908, Luca Bernasconi, President and CEO of Rolex Watch USA. Now, Rolex have been a great partner of Pebble Beach since 1997, and they are very proud to be the official timepiece of the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Thank you, Luca. Right, presenting the gift certificate for a photograph of your best of show car, which will be mounted in a custom leather portfolio, is Michael Furman of Coach Built Press. And I think I should probably take this opportunity just to mention this is the first time that a pre-war preservation car has ever won Best in Show. It is also the first time an owner from overseas has won Best in Show. Michael, thank you very much. Right, moving on. Presenting a handmade solid gold and diamond encrusted trophy of your winning car, which is going to be crafted in the months to come, is Rodney Romani, who is the president of Brilliant Stars.
Put what on YouTube? Sorry, Gabrielle. Just write it on something else.
So, Rodney, if you'd like to make your way round to the front. And Fritz, your daughter is also here to help you celebrate. Rodney, thank you very much. That is incredibly generous and a beautiful gift that I'm sure will be cherished. Right, the next gift is a Magnum custom engraved bottle of Dow Estate, Soul of a Lion. Presenting a luminous Magnum of Dom Perignon is Roberto Loppi, manager of Prestige Accounts.
That's the winner. Look, that's brilliant, right? What a fantastic. Going out?
Right.
Fantastic.
So with all those gifts, I'm not sure Fritz knows what to do with himself. This is one man who's definitely had a very, very good day. So a huge thank you to all of our best of show sponsors for extending this memorable day with gifts that are going to last a lifetime. And of course, thank you as well to our live stream sponsors, Haggerty and Maguire's. So would you please, for one final time, join me in toasting the winner of the 2024 Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, Fritz Burkhardt, and his beautiful Bugatti. Now, I think Justin is making his way over. Fritz, we need you. I think if you go to Justin. No.
Okay. Well, let's have a toast. How fabulous. Fritz, I'm going to grab you. I need you over here if I could. Cheers, guys. That's how we do it. Well.
Right, Justin
okay, I'm about
is
to
here.
you. As you can tell, well, everybody, wasn't that a
Poor
spectacular
Justin,
afternoon?
waiting patiently.
We've had a great time on the live stream. Your friends all around the world will have been watching. But Fritz, I've got to say, congratulations. Your excitement was amazing, but you certainly didn't make it easy on our nerves. You were MIA, and suddenly you came in at the last minute, and all of us were literally waiting, biting our nails. How was that moment for you?
Yeah, I mean, they told me to go back and park my car back in the spot, so we thought the show is over. We packed everything up, ready to drive it out and bring it back home tomorrow. And then obviously that was a little mistake. I did send all my children home, told them show is over. We didn't go to the final four, so they went home. One daughter was running at least to see it a little bit. So it is incredible, you know. I'm so happy for the car. I'm so happy for Bugatti. This car is incredible. It's so much history. One of the most successful Bugattis in history, and to win with this car means a lot to me. First time a Swiss, first time a European wins, first time a preservation wins. What more?
I mean, the journey this car has gone. When you look at a car, I mean, that's 90 years ago. This car was made, left the factory, and here it is, the unimaginable journey it's gone on. And you have written the most recent chapter. Do you take that seriously in the history of the automobile, especially this one?
I think so. It's important that also preservation gets recognition, because a car can only be once original, and this one is still original since 1937, and it drives so beautifully every day during the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, yesterday I was out 2-3 hours driving at 7 o'clock in the morning. I did the Tour d'Elegance about 7 or 8 times, the 17-mile drive about 10 times. I went to Monterey with the car. I mean, and now this.
Wow. Do you want to say anything to your family and friends at home in your native tongue?
Ja, es ist unglaublich, aber no, I say in English, that's kind of my native tongue. I would like to thank my team. Simon over here, he made such an incredible job. So many discoveries on the car in the last few weeks, and all the team around, with Julius Kruta helping us with the research and Richard Adato helping us. It was a beautiful team effort, and I would like to thank them, and they deserve a huge congratulations and thank you from my side.
Well, you broke a lot of records. First preservation cars, first Swiss. Well done. Congratulations. Enjoy. I'm sure this won't be the last tonight. Round of applause, everybody, for our winner. Woo! Fantastic. Thank you. Well, everyone, I'm now going to bring Amanda over. And Tommy Kendall. You haven't heard from Tommy over the loudspeakers, but Tommy Kendall, our Hall of Fame race driver and my co-host, has been over there broadcasting the show around the world. You did an amazing job.
Well, I must say you guys have done an amazing job too. So thank you so much, as I said at the beginning, for bringing this show to life to all of our friends and family and fans who couldn't be with us today. You have done an amazing job, and I think you'll all agree that Fritz and his car are very, very deserving winners. How fabulous that we've been able to make history like that here today. And it's so obvious what this win means to him and his family and the team. The atmosphere on the ramp has just been incredible.
I mean, I think you had your hands full. When I was down there, that was literally a real palpable sense of anticipation. TK, you were up here. I know you had a little inkling of what might be going on, but not until the best of show was announced.
No, I didn't. But this is a car, when I walked the field, it was noted it was getting a lot of buzz. But when I saw it in person and really dug into the story, being owned by, winning the Belgian Grand Prix, racing at Monaco, and then being owned by King Leopold, and then like with those Belgian yellow stripes coming back, 85 years of preservation, because they changed the paint job and the body to a two-seater. But it's off the normal thing for preservation, but I think the right car won.
Well done.
Yeah. Great stuff. Well, listen, please, everybody, mark your calendars now, because I would like to share at the start of the show, we're going to be planning the next Pebble Beach Concours, which is going to be right here on August the 17th, 2025. And there we're going to be celebrating both the Chrysler Centennial, Invicta Centennial, and the creations of Virgil Exner. And most exciting for me, 75 years of Formula One. So thank you, everybody, for spending the 73rd Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance with all of us here, and congratulations again to our 2024 winner. Please, everybody, drive carefully, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you, and goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you to the Tort Media team. See you next year.